Past tense. Basic explanations, all uses, and common mistakes. The simple past tense is used to talk about actions or events that happened in the past and are now finished. It's one of the most common tenses in English. How to form it. 1. Regular verbs. Add ed to the base form of the verb. Examples: work, worked, play, played. 2. Irregular verbs. These verbs don't follow the ed rule. Their past forms need to be memorized. Examples: go, went, eat, ate. Structure: positive, subject plus past verb. I watched a movie. Negative, subject did not, didn't, base verb. I did not watch a movie. Questions: did plus subject plus base verb. Did you watch a movie? When to use the simple past tense. 1. Completed actions in the past. Use this tense for actions that are completely finished. Examples: I visited Paris last year. They watched a movie last night. 2. Actions at a specific time in the past. Mention a specific point in time when the action occurred. Examples: she called me at 8 p.m. yesterday. We met 2 weeks ago. 3. A series of completed actions. Use the simple past for events that happened one after another. Examples: he woke up, brushed his teeth, and left for work. They cooked dinner and watched TV. 4. Past habits or repeated actions. Talk about things you used to do regularly in the past. Examples: I walked to school every day. We played soccer after school. 5. Actions that interrupted ongoing events. The simple past is used for the interrupting action, while the past progressive describes the ongoing action. Examples: I was sleeping when the phone rang. She was driving when it started to rain. 6. Duration in the past. Describe how long an action lasted in the past. These actions are finished and no longer ongoing. Examples: I lived in France for 3 years. She waited for 2 hours at the airport. He worked at the company from 2010 to 2015. Common mistakes and how to fix them. 1. Using the wrong verb form. Mistake: using the base form instead of the past tense. I go to the park yesterday. I went to the park yesterday. Fix: learn the past tense forms of common irregular verbs. 2. Using the present perfect instead of simple past. Mistake: using the present perfect to describe finished actions with specific time references. I have gone to the mall yesterday. I went to the mall yesterday. Fix: use the simple past if the action happened at a specific time. Forgetting did in negative sentences. Mistake: forgetting to add did not, didn't in negatives. I not watched the movie. I did not watch the movie. Fix: remember the structure. did not plus base verb. 4. Using was or were incorrectly. Mistake. Replacing action verbs with was or were inappropriately. I was go to the store. I went to the store. Fix. Use was were only with being verbs or the past progressive. 5. Mixing tenses in a sentence. Mistake. Switching between past and present tenses inappropriately. Yesterday, I eat lunch and watch TV. Yesterday, I ate lunch and watched TV. Fix. Stay consistent with past tense when describing past actions. 6. Omitting time expressions. Mistake. Not specifying when an action happened, leading to confusion. I visited my grandparents. When? I visited my grandparents last weekend. Fix. Add time expressions like yesterday, last week, or 2 days ago when appropriate. 7. Using double past forms. Mistake. Adding id to irregular past verbs. She did went to the market. She went to the market. Fix. Use did plus base verb for questions and negatives, and the past tense for affirmative sentences. Time expressions commonly used with simple past. Yesterday I saw her yesterday. Last week, month, year, we traveled to Italy last summer. Ago, she called me 5 minutes ago. In a specific year, he graduated in 2015. For plus duration, I worked there for 5 years, from 2. They lived in New York from 2005 to 2010. Quick summary of mistakes and fixes. Mistake. Correction. I go to the park yesterday. I went to the park yesterday. She not watched the movie. She did not watch the movie. I have gone there last week. I went there last week. He drank water. He drank water. Yesterday, I eat lunch and watch TV. Yesterday, I ate lunch and watched TV. By practicing regularly and focusing on these rules, you'll master the simple past tense with ease. Simple past uses. Use completed action in the past. Use this tense for actions that are completely finished. Positive sentences. I watched a movie last night. She visited her grandmother yesterday. He played soccer with his friends. They traveled to London last summer. We finished the project on time. I ate breakfast at 8 a.m. She read a novel last weekend. He cooked dinner for his family. We cleaned the house this morning. They painted the fence yesterday. I walked to school last Monday. She called her friend an hour ago. He fixed his bike last Saturday. We studied for the test last night. They went to the park yesterday. I bought a new phone last month. She danced at the party last night. He opened the window this morning. We sang a song at the concert. They drew pictures in art class. I attended a meeting yesterday. She wrote a letter to her cousin. He washed his car last weekend. We visited the museum last Saturday. They saw a play at the theatre. I tried a new recipe yesterday. She won the race last year. He built a tree house for his kids. We went hiking in the mountains. They listened to music all afternoon. I watched the sunrise at the beach. She helped her brother with his homework. He baked cookies for his neighbors. We organized a charity event last month. They played basketball in the evening. I enjoyed the movie last night. She prepared lunch for everyone. He visited the doctor last week. We took a taxi to the airport. They attended the wedding on Saturday. I taught a lesson on Monday. She answered all the questions correctly. He caught a fish in the lake. We participated in the competition. They celebrated their anniversary last week. I downloaded a new app yesterday. She brushed her teeth before bed. He signed the contract last Friday. We waited for the bus for 20 minutes. They shopped for groceries in the morning. I watched a documentary last night. She borrowed a book from the library. He cleaned the windows on Sunday. We climbed a tall mountain. They brought snacks for the picnic. I visited my cousin in the hospital. She completed her assignment early. He joined a yoga class last year. We booked tickets for the concert. They played video games all evening. I cooked dinner for my family. She saved money to buy a laptop. He watched a football game last night. We saw fireworks on New Year's Eve. They started a new hobby last week. I fixed my broken glasses. She wore her favorite dress to the party. He talked to his teacher after class. We skated on the frozen lake. They found a wallet on the street. I spent time with my friends yesterday. She looked for her keys in the morning. He saved a bird that was injured. We learned a new song in choir practice. They danced all night at the wedding. I met my favorite author last month. She studied for her exams last night. He visited his grandparents during the holidays. We explored a new city last weekend. They took photos of the sunset. I washed my clothes this morning. She invited her friends to her birthday party. He repaired the fence in the backyard. We practiced for the play every day. They delivered the packages on time. I found my lost wallet yesterday. She made a delicious cake for dessert. He wrote an article for the school newspaper. We attended a workshop on photography. They rode their bikes to the beach. I watched the news before bed. She planted flowers in the garden. He closed the store at 9 p.m. We carried the boxes upstairs. They went camping in the forest. I talked to my friend on the phone. She washed the dishes after dinner. He drew a picture for his art project. We chose a theme for the party. They fixed the broken chair. Negative sentences. I did not watch a movie last night. She did not visit her grandmother yesterday. He did not play soccer with his friends. They did not travel to London last summer. We did not finish the project on time. I did not eat breakfast at 8 a.m. She did not read a novel last weekend. He did not cook dinner for his family. We did not clean the house this morning. They did not paint the fence yesterday. I did not walk to school last Monday. She did not call her friend an hour ago. He did not fix his bike last Saturday. We did not study for the test last night. They did not go to the park yesterday. I did not buy a new phone last month. She did not dance at the party last night. He did not open the window this morning. We did not sing a song at the concert. They did not draw pictures in art class. I did not attend a meeting yesterday. She did not write a letter to her cousin. He did not wash his car last weekend. We did not visit the museum last Saturday. They did not see a play at the theatre. I did not try a new recipe yesterday. She did not win the race last year. He did not build a treehouse for his kids. We did not go hiking in the mountains. They did not listen to music all afternoon. I did not watch the sunrise at the beach. She did not help her brother with his homework. He did not bake cookies for his neighbors. We did not organize a charity event last month. They did not play basketball in the evening. I did not enjoy the movie last night. She did not prepare lunch for everyone. He did not visit the doctor last week. We did not take a taxi to the airport. They did not attend the wedding on Saturday. I did not teach a lesson on Monday. She did not answer all the questions correctly. He did not catch a fish in the lake. We did not participate in the competition. They did not celebrate their anniversary last week. I did not download a new app yesterday. She did not brush her teeth before bed. He did not sign the contract last Friday. We did not wait for the bus for minutes. They did not shop for groceries in the morning. I did not watch a documentary last night. She did not borrow a book from the library. He did not clean the windows on Sunday. We did not climb a tall mountain. They did not bring snacks for the picnic. I did not visit my cousin in the hospital. She did not complete her assignment early. He did not join a yoga class last year. We did not book tickets for the concert. They did not play video games all evening. I did not cook dinner for my family. She did not save money to buy a laptop. He did not watch a football game last night. We did not see fireworks on New Year's Eve. They did not start a new hobby last week. I did not fix my broken glasses. She did not wear her favorite dress to the party. He did not talk to his teacher after class. We did not skate on the frozen lake. They did not find a wallet on the street. I did not spend time with my friends yesterday. She did not look for her keys in the morning. He did not save a bird that was injured. We did not learn a new song in choir practice. They did not dance all night at the wedding. I did not meet my favorite author last month. She did not study for her exams last night. He did not visit his grandparents during the holidays. We did not explore a new city last weekend. They did not take photos of the sunset. I did not wash my clothes this morning. She did not invite her friends to her birthday party. He did not repair the fence in the backyard. We did not practice for the play every day. They did not deliver the packages on time. I did not find my lost wallet yesterday. She did not make a delicious cake for dessert. He did not write an article for the school newspaper. We did not attend a workshop on photography. They did not ride their bikes to the beach. I did not watch the news before bed. She did not plant flowers in the garden. He did not close the store at 9 p.m. We did not carry the boxes upstairs. They did not go camping in the forest. I did not talk to my friend on the phone. She did not wash the dishes after dinner. He did not draw a picture for his art project. We did not choose a theme for the party. They did not fix the broken chair. Questions. Did you watch a movie last night? Did she visit her grandmother yesterday? Did he play soccer with his friends? Did they travel to London last summer? Did we finish the project on time? Did you eat breakfast at 8 a.m.? Did she read a novel last weekend? Did he cook dinner for his family? Did we clean the house this morning? Did they paint the fence yesterday? Did you walk to school last Monday? Did she call her friend an hour ago? Did he fix his bike last Saturday? Did we study for the test last night? Did they go to the park yesterday? Did you buy a new phone last month? Did she dance at the party last night? Did he open the window this morning? Did we sing a song at the concert? Did they draw pictures in art class? Did you attend a meeting yesterday? Did she write a letter to her cousin? Did he wash his car last weekend? Did we visit the museum last Saturday? Did they see a play at the theatre? Did you try a new recipe yesterday? Did she win the race last year? Did he build a tree house for his kids? Did we go hiking in the mountains? Did they listen to music all afternoon? Did you watch the sunrise at the beach? Did she help her brother with his homework? Did he bake cookies for his neighbors? Did we organize a charity event last month? Did they play basketball in the evening? Did you enjoy the movie last night? Did she prepare lunch for everyone? Did he visit the doctor last week? Did we take a taxi to the airport? Did they attend the wedding on Saturday? Did you teach a lesson on Monday? Did she answer all the questions correctly? Did he catch a fish in the lake? Did we participate in the competition? Did they celebrate their anniversary last week? Did you download a new app yesterday? Did she brush her teeth before bed? Did he sign the contract last Friday? Did we wait for the bus for minutes? Did they shop for groceries in the morning? Did you watch a documentary last night? Did she borrow a book from the library? Did he clean the windows on Sunday? Did we climb a tall mountain? Did they bring snacks for the picnic? Did you visit your cousin in the hospital? Did she complete her assignment early? Did he join a yoga class last year? Did we book tickets for the concert? Did they play video games all evening? Did you cook dinner for your family? Did she save money to buy a laptop? Did he watch a football game last night? Did we see fireworks on New Year's Eve? Did they start a new hobby last week? Did you fix your broken glasses? Did she wear her favorite dress to the party? Did he talk to his teacher after class? Did we skate on the frozen lake? Did they find a wallet on the street? Did you spend time with your friends yesterday? Did she look for her keys in the morning? Did he save a bird that was injured? Did we learn a new song in choir practice? Did they dance all night at the wedding? Did you meet your favorite author last month? Did she study for her exams last night? Did he visit his grandparents during the holidays? Did we explore a new city last weekend? Did they take photos of the sunset? Did you wash your clothes this morning? Did she invite her friends to her birthday party? Did he repair the fence in the backyard? Did we practice for the play every day? Did they deliver the packages on time? Did you find your lost wallet yesterday? Did she make a delicious cake for dessert? Did he write an article for the school newspaper? Did we attend a workshop on photography? Did they ride their bikes to the beach? Did you watch the news before bed? Did she plant flowers in the garden? Did he close the store at 9 p.m.? Did we carry the boxes upstairs? Did they go camping in the forest? Did you talk to your friend on the phone? Did she wash the dishes after dinner? Did he draw a picture for his art project? Did we choose a theme for the party? Did they fix the broken chair? Simple past uses. Use actions at a specific time in the past. Mention a specific point in time when the action occurred. Positive sentences. She called me at 8 p.m. yesterday. We met 2 weeks ago. He finished his homework at 5 o'clock. They arrived at the airport last night. I went to the store at noon. She left the office at 6 p.m. sharp. We had dinner at 7:30 p.m. yesterday. They attended the meeting at 10 a.m. on Monday. He started his shift at 9 a.m. yesterday. I visited my grandmother last Sunday afternoon. She wrote the report on Friday morning. They caught the train at 3 p.m. He gave his presentation at 2 p.m. on Thursday. We played basketball last Saturday evening. She called her mother at a.m. yesterday. I watched the news at p.m. last night. They finished the project last Wednesday afternoon. He arrived at the concert at 8 p.m. sharp. She opened the shop at 9 a.m. yesterday. We left the park at 5:30 p.m. He studied for his exam at 8 p.m. last night. They started the race at 10 a.m. on Sunday. I cleaned my room at 3 p.m. yesterday. She read a book at midnight. We danced at the party last Friday night. He took a nap at 2 p.m. yesterday. They closed the library at 6 p.m. last evening. I called my friend at 9 a.m. yesterday morning. She boarded the bus at 4 p.m. sharp. We had breakfast at 7 a.m. yesterday. He repaired his bike at 5 p.m. last evening. They left the house at 8 a.m. last Tuesday. I attended a webinar at 11 a.m. last Saturday. She painted the wall at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. We planted trees at 9 a.m. on Earth Day. He walked his dog at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. They checked into the hotel at 3 p.m. I completed my assignment at 10 p.m. last night. She joined the meeting at 1 p.m. yesterday. We opened our presents at 9 a.m. on Christmas morning. He called his boss at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. They set up the decorations at 4 p.m. last Friday. I drove to the mall at noon yesterday. She washed the dishes at p.m. last evening. We arrived at the cinema at p.m. yesterday. He fixed his car at a.m. on Saturday. They delivered the package at 3 p.m. yesterday. I ate lunch at 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon. She wrote her diary entry at 9 p.m. last night. We played board games at 4 p.m. on Sunday. He finished reading the book at 11 a.m. yesterday. They arrived at the office at 9:30 a.m. yesterday. I practiced piano at 5 p.m. last evening. She baked a cake at 3 p.m. yesterday. We went hiking at 6 a.m. last Saturday. He watched a movie at 8 p.m. last night. They signed the contract at 2 p.m. on Monday. I visited the museum at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. She took a walk at 7 a.m. yesterday. We ordered pizza at 6 p.m. last night. He attended a concert at 8 p.m. last Friday. They opened gifts at 10 a.m. on Christmas morning. I jogged in the park at 7 a.m. yesterday. She watered the plants at p.m. yesterday. We cleaned the house at a.m. last Saturday. He bought groceries at p.m. last evening. They danced at the festival at 8 p.m. last night. I wrote an email at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. She fed the cat at 6 p.m. yesterday. We took photos at the beach at 4 p.m. last Sunday. He painted a portrait at 2 p.m. yesterday. They played soccer at 3 p.m. last Saturday. I went to the library at 11 a.m. yesterday morning. She shopped for clothes at 1 p.m. last afternoon. We sang songs at the campfire at 9 p.m. last night. He taught a class at 8 a.m. yesterday. They delivered a speech at 10 a.m. on Friday. I cooked dinner at 7 p.m. last evening. She knitted a scarf at 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon. We planted flowers at p.m. on Sunday. He attended a seminar at a.m. yesterday morning. They arrived at the restaurant at p.m. last night. I folded laundry at 3 p.m. yesterday. She hosted a party at 6 p.m. on Saturday. We explored the city at 11 a.m. yesterday morning. He fed the fish at 9 a.m. yesterday. They baked cookies at 4 p.m. last evening. I cleaned the windows at p.m. yesterday. She played chess at p.m. last evening. We packed our bags at p.m. last night. He worked out at the gym at 6 a.m. yesterday. They attended a play at 7 p.m. on Friday. I decorated the room at 4 p.m. yesterday. She booked tickets at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. We danced in the rain at 5 p.m. yesterday evening. He called his friend at 3 p.m. yesterday. They cleaned the garage at 1 p.m. on Sunday. I attended church at 9 a.m. last Sunday. She rode her bike at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. We watched fireworks at 9 p.m. on New Year's Eve. Negative sentences. She didn't call me at 8 p.m. yesterday. We didn't meet 2 weeks ago. He didn't finish his homework at 5 o'clock. They didn't arrive at the airport last night. I didn't go to the store at noon. She didn't leave the office at 6 p.m. sharp. We didn't have dinner at p.m. yesterday. They didn't attend the meeting at 10 a.m. on Monday. He didn't start his shift at 9 a.m. yesterday. I didn't visit my grandmother last Sunday afternoon. She didn't write the report on Friday morning. They didn't catch the train at p.m. He didn't give his presentation at p.m. on Thursday. We didn't play basketball last Saturday evening. She didn't call her mother at a.m. yesterday. I didn't watch the news at p.m. last night. They didn't finish the project last Wednesday afternoon. He didn't arrive at the concert at 8 p.m. sharp. She didn't open the shop at 9 a.m. yesterday. We didn't leave the park at 5:30 p.m. He didn't study for his exam at 8 p.m. last night. They didn't start the race at a.m. on Sunday. I didn't clean my room at 3 p.m. yesterday. She didn't read a book at midnight. We didn't dance at the party last Friday night. He didn't take a nap at 2 p.m. yesterday. They didn't close the library at 6 p.m. last evening. I didn't call my friend at 9 a.m. yesterday morning. She didn't board the bus at 4 p.m. sharp. We didn't have breakfast at 7 a.m. yesterday. He didn't repair his bike at 5 p.m. last evening. They didn't leave the house at 8 a.m. last Tuesday. I didn't attend a webinar at 11 a.m. last Saturday. She didn't paint the wall at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. We didn't plant trees at 9 a.m. on Earth Day. He didn't walk his dog at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. They didn't check into the hotel at p.m. I didn't complete my assignment at p.m. last night. She didn't join the meeting at p.m. yesterday. We didn't open our presents at 9 a.m. on Christmas morning. He didn't call his boss at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. They didn't set up the decorations at 4 p.m. last Friday. I didn't drive to the mall at noon yesterday. She didn't wash the dishes at 6 p.m. last evening. We didn't arrive at the cinema at 7:30 p.m. yesterday. He didn't fix his car at 10 a.m. on Saturday. They didn't deliver the package at 3 p.m. yesterday. I didn't eat lunch at 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon. She didn't write her diary entry at 9 p.m. last night. We didn't play board games at 4 p.m. on Sunday. He didn't finish reading the book at 11 a.m. yesterday. They didn't arrive at the office at 9:30 a.m. yesterday. I didn't practice piano at 5 p.m. last evening. She didn't bake a cake at 3 p.m. yesterday. We didn't go hiking at 6 a.m. last Saturday. He didn't watch a movie at 8 p.m. last night. They didn't sign the contract at 2 p.m. on Monday. I didn't visit the museum at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. She didn't take a walk at 7 a.m. yesterday. We didn't order pizza at 6 p.m. last night. He didn't attend a concert at 8 p.m. last Friday. They didn't open gifts at 10 a.m. on Christmas morning. I didn't jog in the park at 7 a.m. yesterday. She didn't water the plants at 3 p.m. yesterday. We didn't clean the house at 9 a.m. last Saturday. He didn't buy groceries at p.m. last evening. They didn't dance at the festival at p.m. last night. I didn't write an email at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. She didn't feed the cat at 6 p.m. yesterday. We didn't take photos at the beach at 4 p.m. last Sunday. He didn't paint a portrait at 2 p.m. yesterday. They didn't play soccer at 3 p.m. last Saturday. I didn't go to the library at 11 a.m. yesterday morning. She didn't shop for clothes at 1 p.m. last afternoon. We didn't sing songs at the campfire at 9 p.m. last night. He didn't teach a class at a.m. yesterday. They didn't deliver a speech at a.m. on Friday. I didn't cook dinner at p.m. last evening. She didn't knit a scarf at p.m. yesterday afternoon. We didn't plant flowers at 2 p.m. on Sunday. He didn't attend a seminar at 9 a.m. yesterday morning. They didn't arrive at the restaurant at 7 p.m. last night. I didn't fold laundry at 3 p.m. yesterday. She didn't host a party at 6 p.m. on Saturday. We didn't explore the city at 11 a.m. yesterday morning. He didn't feed the fish at 9 a.m. yesterday. They didn't bake cookies at 4 p.m. last evening. I didn't clean the windows at 2 p.m. yesterday. She didn't play chess at 5 p.m. last evening. We didn't pack our bags at 8 p.m. last night. He didn't work out at the gym at 6 a.m. yesterday. They didn't attend a play at 7 p.m. on Friday. I didn't decorate the room at 4 p.m. yesterday. She didn't book tickets at 10 a.m. yesterday morning. We didn't dance in the rain at 5 p.m. yesterday evening. He didn't call his friend at 3 p.m. yesterday. They didn't clean the garage at p.m. on Sunday. I didn't attend church at 9 a.m. last Sunday. She didn't ride her bike at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. We didn't watch fireworks at p.m. on New Year's Eve. Questions. Did she call me at 8 p.m. yesterday? Did we meet 2 weeks ago? Did he finish his homework at 5 o'clock? Did they arrive at the airport last night? Did I go to the store at noon? Did she leave the office at 6 p.m. sharp? Did we have dinner at 7:30 p.m. yesterday? Did they attend the meeting at 10 a.m. on Monday? Did he start his shift at 9 a.m. yesterday? Did I visit my grandmother last Sunday afternoon? Did she write the report on Friday morning? Did they catch the train at 3 p.m.? Did he give his presentation at p.m. on Thursday? Did we play basketball last Saturday evening? Did she call her mother at a.m. yesterday? Did I watch the news at p.m. last night? Did they finish the project last Wednesday afternoon? Did he arrive at the concert at 8 p.m. sharp? Did she open the shop at 9 a.m. yesterday? Did we leave the park at 5:30 p.m.? Did he study for his exam at 8 p.m. last night? Did they start the race at 10 a.m. on Sunday? Did I clean my room at 3 p.m. yesterday? Did she read a book at midnight? Did we dance at the party last Friday night? Did he take a nap at 2 p.m. yesterday? Did they close the library at 6 p.m. last evening? Did I call my friend at 9 a.m. yesterday morning? Did she board the bus at 4 p.m. sharp? Did we have breakfast at 7 a.m. yesterday? Did he repair his bike at 5 p.m. last evening? Did they leave the house at 8 a.m. last Tuesday? Did I attend a webinar at 11 a.m. last Saturday? Did she paint the wall at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon? Did we plant trees at 9 a.m. on Earth Day? Did he walk his dog at 7 a.m. yesterday morning? Did they check into the hotel at 3 p.m.? Did I complete my assignment at 10 p.m. last night? Did she join the meeting at 1 p.m. yesterday? Did we open our presents at 9 a.m. on Christmas morning? Did he call his boss at a.m. yesterday? Did they set up the decorations at p.m. last Friday? Did I drive to the mall at noon yesterday? Did she wash the dishes at 6 p.m. last evening? Did we arrive at the cinema at 7:30 p.m. yesterday? Did he fix his car at 10 a.m. on Saturday? Did they deliver the package at 3 p.m. yesterday? Did I eat lunch at 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon? Did she write her diary entry at 9 p.m. last night? Did we play board games at 4 p.m. on Sunday? Did he finish reading the book at 11 a.m. yesterday? Did they arrive at the office at 9:30 a.m. yesterday? Did I practice piano at p.m. last evening? Did she bake a cake at p.m. yesterday? Did we go hiking at a.m. last Saturday? Did he watch a movie at 8 p.m. last night? Did they sign the contract at 2 p.m. on Monday? Did I visit the museum at 10 a.m. yesterday morning? Did she take a walk at 7 a.m. yesterday? Did we order pizza at 6 p.m. last night? Did he attend a concert at 8 p.m. last Friday? Did they open gifts at 10 a.m. on Christmas morning? Did I jog in the park at 7 a.m. yesterday? Did she water the plants at 3 p.m. yesterday? Did we clean the house at 9 a.m. last Saturday? Did he buy groceries at 4 p.m. last evening? Did they dance at the festival at 8 p.m. last night? Did I write an email at 10 a.m. yesterday morning? Did she feed the cat at p.m. yesterday? Did we take photos at the beach at p.m. last Sunday? Did he paint a portrait at p.m. yesterday? Did they play soccer at 3 p.m. last Saturday? Did I go to the library at a.m. yesterday morning? Did she shop for clothes at p.m. last afternoon? Did we sing songs at the campfire at 9 p.m. last night? Did he teach a class at 8 a.m. yesterday? Did they deliver a speech at 10 a.m. on Friday? Did I cook dinner at 7 p.m. last evening? Did she knit a scarf at p.m. yesterday afternoon? Did we plant flowers at 2 p.m. on Sunday? Did he attend a seminar at 9 a.m. yesterday morning? Did they arrive at the restaurant at 7 p.m. last night? Did I fold laundry at 3 p.m. yesterday? Did she host a party at p.m. on Saturday? Did we explore the city at AM yesterday morning? Did he feed the fish at AM yesterday? Did they bake cookies at 4 p.m. last evening? Did I clean the windows at 2 p.m. yesterday? Did she play chess at 5 p.m. last evening? Did we pack our bags at 8 p.m. last night? Did he work out at the gym at 6 a.m. yesterday? Did they attend a play at p.m. on Friday? Did I decorate the room at p.m. yesterday? Did she book tickets at a.m. yesterday morning? Did we dance in the rain at 5 p.m. yesterday evening? Did he call his friend at 3 p.m. yesterday? Did they clean the garage at 1 p.m. on Sunday? Did I attend church at 9 a.m. last Sunday? Did she ride her bike at a.m. yesterday morning? Did we watch fireworks at 9 p.m. on New Year's Eve? Simple past uses. Use 3. A series of completed actions. Use the simple past for events that happened one after another. Positive sentences. He woke up, brushed his teeth, and left for work. They cooked dinner and watched TV. I went to the store, bought some groceries and came home. She finished her homework, took a shower and went to bed. He woke up, got dressed and ate breakfast. We cleaned the house, washed the dishes and vacuumed the floor. They opened the presents, ate cake and took pictures. I called my friend, invited her over and made lunch. She read the book, highlighted important parts and took notes. They arrived at the airport, checked in, and went through security. He wrote the letter, sealed the envelope and sent it. We visited the museum, took a tour and bought souvenirs. She opened the window, let in fresh air, and sat down to work. I took the bus, arrived at work, and started my shift. They ate breakfast, packed their bags, and left for the airport. He played soccer, scored a goal, and celebrated with his teammates. We walked to the park, played frisbee, and sat on the grass. She got to the office, checked her emails, and started her tasks. I visited my grandmother, had tea, and listened to her stories. They arrived at the station, bought tickets, and boarded the train. He took a nap, woke up, and had a snack. We decorated the tree, hung stockings, and lit the candles. She bought a dress, tried it on, and decided to keep it. They ordered pizza, waited for delivery, and ate together. I cleaned the kitchen, wiped the counters, and mopped the floor. He went to the gym, worked out, and took a shower. We went to the beach, swam in the ocean, and built sandcastles. She studied for the test, took notes, and revised her notes. They made lunch, ate together, and cleaned the table. I drove to the store, picked up the groceries, and returned home. He went to the library, borrowed a book, and sat to read. We celebrated his birthday, sang happy birthday, and ate cake. She got the mail, opened the letters, and replied to some. I studied the lesson, wrote the notes, and reviewed everything. They attended the wedding, danced all night, and left at midnight. He washed the car, dried it, and polished the windows. We played board games, laughed, and had a great time. She dropped the kids off at school, went to the gym, and had a smoothie. I taught the class, answered questions, and dismissed the students. They went shopping, found some great deals, and returned home. He checked his emails, replied to important ones, and deleted the spam. We visited friends, had a barbecue, and played games. She baked cookies, decorated them, and served them to guests. I took the dog for a walk, fed it, and played fetch. They decorated the house, set up the table, and invited the guests. We went to the zoo, saw the animals, and took lots of photos. She finished work, met her friends, and went to a movie. I went to bed, turned off the light, and fell asleep. They finished their project, submitted it, and celebrated. He put on his shoes, grabbed his jacket, and left the house. We bought tickets, waited in line, and entered the concert hall. She started cooking dinner, served it, and cleaned the kitchen. I picked up the phone, dialed the number, and left a message. They cleaned the windows, arranged the furniture, and rearranged the shelves. He planned a surprise, prepared everything, and surprised his friend. We watched a movie, ate popcorn, and relaxed on the couch. She turned on the TV, watched the news, and changed the channel. I wrote a letter, signed it, and mailed it. They prepared the meal, served it, and enjoyed it together. He met a friend for coffee, talked about old times, and left. We went to the park, had a picnic, and had lunch. She sat at her desk, opened her laptop, and checked her emails. I visited the doctor, got a checkup, and picked up my prescription. They arrived at the restaurant, waited for a table, and ordered food. He read a book, finished it, and started another one. She paid the bill, grabbed her things, and left the restaurant. I went to a meeting, took notes, and discussed the agenda. They sent the invitations, received RSVPs, and organized the event. He made a plan, executed it, and achieved a goal. We went to the bakery, bought bread, and ate it with butter. She cleaned her room, sorted her clothes, and folded the laundry. They bought a new car, drove it home, and showed it to their friends. He watched TV, ate snacks, and fell asleep on the couch. I ran errands, did the shopping, and returned home. They opened a bank account, deposited money, and left the bank. He arranged his schedule, met with clients, and finished his work. We read a chapter of the book, discussed it, and answered questions. She cleaned the garage, organized the tools, and stacked the boxes. I checked the time, finished my work, and left for home. They went to a party, danced, and had a great time. He wrote the email, sent it, and waited for a response. We attended a wedding, celebrated the couple, and danced all night. She washed the clothes, hung them to dry, and folded them later. I made a phone call, left a message, and waited for a reply. They ordered drinks, chatted, and left after a while. He played the guitar, sang a song, and performed for the audience. We had lunch, talked, and watched a funny video. She swept the floor, mopped it, and wiped the tables. They went for a walk, enjoyed the scenery, and took photos. He drove to the office, attended a meeting, and left for lunch. We went to the movies, bought popcorn, and enjoyed the film. She finished reading the article, summarized it, and sent it to her boss. I looked out the window, noticed the rain, and grabbed an umbrella. They met at the cafe, ordered drinks, and caught up on life. Negative sentences. He didn't wake up, didn't brush his teeth, and didn't leave for work. They didn't cook dinner and didn't watch TV. I didn't go to the store, didn't buy any groceries, and didn't come home. She didn't finish her homework, didn't take a shower, and didn't go to bed. He didn't wake up, didn't get dressed, and didn't eat breakfast. We didn't clean the house, didn't wash the dishes, and didn't vacuum the floor. They didn't open the presents, didn't eat cake, and didn't take pictures. I didn't call my friend, didn't invite her over, and didn't make lunch. She didn't read the book, didn't highlight important parts, and didn't take notes. They didn't arrive at the airport, didn't check in, and didn't go through security. He didn't write the letter, didn't seal the envelope, and didn't send it. We didn't visit the museum, didn't take a tour, and didn't buy souvenirs. She didn't open the window, didn't let in fresh air, and didn't sit down to work. I didn't take the bus, didn't arrive at work, and didn't start my shift. They didn't eat breakfast, didn't pack their bags, and didn't leave for the airport. He didn't play soccer, didn't score a goal, and didn't celebrate with his teammates. We didn't walk to the park, didn't play frisbee, and didn't sit on the grass. She didn't get to the office, didn't check her emails, and didn't start her tasks. I didn't visit my grandmother, didn't have tea, and didn't listen to her stories. They didn't arrive at the station, didn't buy tickets, and didn't board the train. He didn't take a nap, didn't wake up, and didn't have a snack. We didn't decorate the tree, didn't hang stockings, and didn't light the candles. She didn't buy a dress, didn't try it on, and didn't decide to keep it. They didn't order pizza, didn't wait for delivery, and didn't eat together. I didn't clean the kitchen, didn't wipe the counters, and didn't mop the floor. He didn't go to the gym, didn't work out, and didn't take a shower. We didn't go to the beach, didn't swim in the ocean, and didn't build sandcastles. She didn't study for the test, didn't take notes, and didn't revise her notes. They didn't make lunch, didn't eat together, and didn't clean the table. I didn't drive to the store, didn't pick up the groceries, and didn't return home. He didn't go to the library, didn't borrow a book, and didn't sit to read. We didn't celebrate his birthday, didn't sing happy birthday, and didn't eat cake. She didn't get the mail, didn't open the letters, and didn't reply to some. I didn't study the lesson, didn't write the notes, and didn't review everything. They didn't attend the wedding, didn't dance all night, and didn't leave at midnight. He didn't wash the car, didn't dry it, and didn't polish the windows. We didn't play board games, didn't laugh, and didn't have a great time. She didn't drop the kids off at school, didn't go to the gym, and didn't have a smoothie. I didn't teach the class, didn't answer questions, and didn't dismiss the students. They didn't go shopping, didn't find any great deals, and didn't return home. He didn't check his emails, didn't reply to important ones, and didn't delete the spam. We didn't visit friends, didn't have a barbecue, and didn't play games. She didn't bake cookies, didn't decorate them, and didn't serve them to guests. I didn't take the dog for a walk, didn't feed it, and didn't play fetch. They didn't decorate the house, didn't set up the table, and didn't invite the guests. He didn't make a phone call, didn't arrange a meeting, and didn't prepare the presentation. We didn't go to the zoo, didn't see the animals, and didn't take any photos. She didn't finish work, didn't meet her friends, and didn't go to a movie. I didn't go to bed, didn't turn off the light, and didn't fall asleep. They didn't finish their project, didn't submit it, and didn't celebrate. He didn't put on his shoes, didn't grab his jacket, and didn't leave the house. We didn't buy tickets, didn't wait in line, and didn't enter the concert hall. She didn't start cooking dinner, didn't serve it, and didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't pick up the phone, didn't dial the number, and didn't leave a message. They didn't clean the windows, didn't arrange the furniture, and didn't rearrange the shelves. He didn't plan a surprise, didn't prepare everything, and didn't surprise his friend. We didn't watch a movie, didn't eat popcorn, and didn't relax on the couch. She didn't turn on the TV, didn't watch the news, and didn't change the channel. I didn't write a letter, didn't sign it, and didn't mail it. They didn't prepare the meal, didn't serve it, and didn't enjoy it together. He didn't meet a friend for coffee, didn't talk about old times, and didn't leave. We didn't go to the park, didn't bring a picnic, and didn't have lunch. She didn't sit at her desk, didn't open her laptop, and didn't check her emails. I didn't visit the doctor, didn't get a checkup, and didn't pick up my prescription. They didn't arrive at the restaurant, didn't wait for a table, and didn't order food. He didn't read a book, didn't finish it, and didn't start another one. We didn't celebrate New Year's Eve, didn't watch fireworks, and didn't party until midnight. She didn't pay the bill, didn't grab her things, and didn't leave the restaurant. I didn't go to a meeting, didn't take notes, and didn't discuss the agenda. They didn't send the invitations, didn't receive RSVPs, and didn't organize the event. He didn't make a plan, didn't execute it, and didn't achieve the goal. We didn't go to the bakery, didn't buy bread, and didn't eat it with butter. She didn't clean her room, didn't sort her clothes, and didn't fold the laundry. I didn't talk to my parents, didn't explain the situation, and didn't resolve the issue. They didn't get tickets for the concert, didn't stand in line, and didn't enter the venue. He didn't finish his work, didn't complete the report, and didn't send it. We didn't cook a big dinner, didn't set the table, and didn't eat together. She didn't attend the seminar, didn't participate in discussions, and didn't learn anything new. I didn't look at the clock, didn't realize the time, and didn't leave the office. They didn't finish their workout, didn't stretch afterwards, and didn't cool down properly. He didn't pass the test, didn't study for it, and didn't ask for help. We didn't walk around the neighborhood, didn't enjoy the fresh air, and didn't stop to chat. She didn't check the weather forecast, didn't carry an umbrella, and didn't get caught in the rain. I didn't make any mistakes, didn't miss any deadlines, and didn't disappoint my boss. They didn't clean the yard, didn't mow the grass, and didn't trim the hedges. He didn't read the instructions, didn't assemble the furniture, and didn't ask for help. We didn't make a list, didn't buy groceries, and didn't prepare the meal. She didn't wake up on time, didn't get to work, and didn't finish her project. I didn't follow the recipe, didn't mix the ingredients properly, and didn't bake the cake. They didn't clean their shoes, didn't polish them, and didn't wear them to the event. He didn't send the email, didn't attach the file, and didn't get a response. We didn't go to the beach, didn't bring towels, and didn't swim. She didn't wear her new dress, didn't wear makeup, and didn't go to the party. I didn't talk to her, didn't explain myself, and didn't apologize. They didn't participate in the survey, didn't answer the questions, and didn't submit their responses. He didn't clean his shoes, didn't polish his watch, and didn't wear a tie. We didn't visit the museum, didn't check the exhibits, and didn't buy any souvenirs. She didn't pick up the kids, didn't drop them off at school, and didn't help with homework. I didn't finish reading the article, didn't highlight key points, and didn't make a summary. They didn't clean the garage, didn't organize the tools, and didn't paint the walls. Questions. Did he wake up, brush his teeth, and leave for work? Did they cook dinner and watch TV? Did I go to the store, buy any groceries, and come home? Did she finish her homework, take a shower, and go to bed? Did he wake up, get dressed, and eat breakfast? Did we clean the house, wash the dishes, and vacuum the floor? Did they open the presents, eat cake, and take pictures? Did I call my friend, invite her over, and make lunch? Did she read the book, highlight important parts, and take notes? Did they arrive at the airport, check in, and go through security? Did he write the letter, seal the envelope, and send it? Did we visit the museum, take a tour, and buy souvenirs? Did she open the window, let in fresh air and sit down to work? Did I take the bus, arrive at work, and start my shift? Did they eat breakfast, pack their bags and leave for the airport? Did he play soccer, score a goal, and celebrate with his teammates? Did we walk to the park, play frisbee, and sit on the grass? Did she get to the office, check her emails, and start her tasks? Did I visit my grandmother, have tea, and listen to her stories? Did they arrive at the station, buy tickets, and board the train? Did he take a nap, wake up, and have a snack? Did we decorate the tree, hang stockings, and light the candles? Did she buy a dress, try it on, and decide to keep it? Did they order pizza, wait for delivery, and eat together? Did I clean the kitchen, wipe the counters, and mop the floor? Did he go to the gym, work out, and take a shower? Did we go to the beach, swim in the ocean, and build sandcastles? Did she study for the test, take notes and revise her notes? Did they make lunch, eat together, and clean the table? Did I drive to the store, pick up the groceries, and return home? Did he go to the library, borrow a book, and sit to read? Did we celebrate his birthday, sing happy birthday, and eat cake? Did she get the mail, open the letters, and reply to some? Did I study the lesson, write the notes, and review everything? Did they attend the wedding, dance all night, and leave at midnight? Did he wash the car, dry it, and polish the windows? Did we play board games, laugh, and have a great time? Did she drop the kids off at school, go to the gym, and have a smoothie? Did I teach the class, answer questions, and dismiss the students? Did they go shopping, find any great deals, and return home? Did he check his emails, reply to important ones, and delete the spam? Did we visit friends, have a barbecue, and play games? Did she bake cookies, decorate them, and serve them to guests? Did I take the dog for a walk, feed it, and play fetch? Did they decorate the house, set up the table, and invite the guests? Did we go to the zoo, see the animals, and take any photos? Did she finish work, meet her friends, and go to a movie? Did I go to bed, turn off the light, and fall asleep? Did they finish their projects, submit it, and celebrate? Did he put on his shoes, grab his jacket, and leave the house? Did we buy tickets, wait in line, and enter the concert hall? Did she start cooking dinner, serve it, and clean the kitchen? Did I pick up the phone, dial the number, and leave a message? Did he plan a surprise, prepare everything, and surprise his friend? Did we watch a movie, eat popcorn, and relax on the couch? Did she turn on the TV, watch the news, and change the channel? Did I write a letter, sign it, and mail it? Did they prepare the meal, serve it, and enjoy it together? Did he meet a friend for coffee, talk about old times, and leave? Did we go to the park, bring a picnic, and have lunch? Did she sit at her desk, open her laptop, and check her emails? Did I visit the doctor, get a checkup, and pick up my prescription? Did they arrive at the restaurant, wait for a table, and order food? Did he read a book, finish it, and start another one? Did she pay the bill, grab her things and leave the restaurant? Did I go to a meeting, take notes, and discuss the agenda? Did they send the invitations, receive RSVPs, and organize the event? Did he make a plan, execute it, and achieve the goal? Did we go to the bakery, buy bread and eat it with butter? Did she clean her room, sort her clothes, and fold the laundry? Did I talk to my parents, explain the situation, and resolve the issue? Did they get tickets for the concert, stand in line, and enter the venue? Did he finish his work, complete the report, and send it? Did we cook a big dinner, set the table, and eat together? Did I look at the clock, realize the time, and leave the office? Did he pass the test, study for it, and celebrate his success? Did we wait in line, buy tickets, and enter the cinema? Did she prepare lunch, set the table, and eat? Did I drive the car, fill the tank, and arrive on time? Did they finish their homework, hand it in, and celebrate the weekend? Did he talk to the customer, solve the problem, and close the deal? Did we organize a party, invite friends, and have a good time? Did she wake up on time, get to work, and finish her project? Did I follow the recipe, mix the ingredients properly, and bake the cake? Did they clean their shoes, polish them, and wear them to the event? Did he send the email, attach the file, and get a response? Did we go to the beach, bring towels, and swim? Did she wear her new dress, wear makeup, and go to the party? Did I talk to her, explain myself, and apologize? Did he clean his shoes, polish his watch, and wear a tie? Did we visit the museum, check the exhibits, and buy any souvenirs? Did they clean the garage, organize the tools, and paint the walls? Simple past uses. Use habits in the past. Talk about things you used to do regularly in the past. Positive sentences. I used to wake up early every day. She often visited her grandparents on Sundays. They played soccer after school daily. He always ran 3 miles every morning. We watched cartoons every Saturday morning. I read books every evening. She took piano lessons twice a week. They ate dinner as a family every evening. He always went fishing on weekends. We rode bicycles to school regularly. I listened to music every afternoon. She painted pictures every weekend. They visited the park every Saturday. He studied for 2 hours every night. We camped near the lake every summer. I used to play video games every evening. She danced at parties often. They watched the stars every night. He used to write poems in his free time. We attended the town fair every year. I used to climb trees as a child. She read fairy tales before bed. They always swam in the river during summers. He took his dog for a walk every morning. We planted flowers in the garden every spring. I played with my neighbors every evening. She watched soap operas after dinner. They travelled to the countryside every holiday. He practiced the guitar every night. We used to sing songs by the campfire. I baked cookies every weekend. She always drew sketches in her notebook. They went hiking every summer. He played basketball every Friday. We cleaned the house every Saturday morning. I used to visit my grandparents every weekend. She cooked traditional meals on holidays. They watched old movies on Fridays. He rode horses on weekends. We played board games as a family every night. I wrote letters to my pen pal regularly. She collected stamps as a hobby. They built sandcastles at the beach every summer. He always helped his mom in the kitchen. We sang carols every Christmas. I used to draw comics as a kid. She made scrapbooks every year. They went cycling every weekend. He played the drums in a local band. We visited the zoo every spring. I woke up early for school every weekday. She used to knit scarves during winter. They used to feed birds in the park. He practiced yoga every morning. We used to go shopping every weekend. I ran errands for my parents every Saturday. She used to sew dresses for her dolls. They always planted vegetables in their garden. He used to write stories about his adventures. We watched football games together every Sunday. I helped my dad wash the car every weekend. She used to paint landscapes during her free time. They ate breakfast together every morning. He used to fish at the lake every weekend. We visited amusement parks during holidays. I used to read newspapers every morning. She used to take photographs at family events. They ran races in the park. He used to play chess with his uncle. We always watered the plants every morning. I studied math every evening after school. She used to ride her bicycle to the store. They used to travel abroad every summer. He always volunteered at the local shelter. We decorated the house every Christmas. I cleaned my room every Sunday. She used to bake cakes for birthdays. They watched sunsets by the beach. He used to skate in the park. We visited relatives during holidays. I used to walk to school every day. She wrote songs in her diary. They used to collect seashells at the beach. He always fixed his bike after school. We used to play tag in the garden. I used to eat cereal for breakfast. She always watered the plants every morning. They used to jog around the block daily. He built birdhouses during his free time. We used to gather for family dinners on Sundays. I used to catch fireflies at night. She always sang lullabies to her baby brother. They used to visit museums on rainy days. He always helped his neighbor carry groceries. We used to perform in school plays every year. I helped my mum cook dinner every Friday. She used to write postcards to her friends. They used to picnic at the park every Saturday. He practiced tennis every morning. We played cricket in the backyard every weekend. Negative sentences. I did not used to wake up early every day. She did not often visit her grandparents on Sundays. They did not play soccer after school daily. He did not always run 3 miles every morning. We did not watch cartoons every Saturday morning. I did not read books every evening. She did not take piano lessons twice a week. They did not eat dinner as a family every evening. He did not always go fishing on weekends. We did not ride bicycles to school regularly. I did not listen to music every afternoon. She did not paint pictures every weekend. They did not visit the park every Saturday. He did not study for 2 hours every night. We did not camp near the lake every summer. I did not play video games every evening. She did not dance at parties often. They did not watch the stars every night. He did not write poems in his free time. We did not attend the town fair every year. I did not climb trees as a child. She did not read fairy tales before bed. They did not swim in the river during summers. He did not take his dog for a walk every morning. We did not plant flowers in the garden every spring. I did not play with my neighbors every evening. She did not watch soap operas after dinner. They did not travel to the countryside every holiday. He did not practice the guitar every night. We did not sing songs by the campfire. I did not bake cookies every weekend. She did not draw sketches in her notebook. They did not go hiking every summer. He did not play basketball every Friday. We did not clean the house every Saturday morning. I did not visit my grandparents every weekend. She did not cook traditional meals on holidays. They did not watch old movies on Fridays. He did not ride horses on weekends. We did not play board games as a family every night. I did not write letters to my pen pal regularly. She did not collect stamps as a hobby. They did not build sandcastles at the beach every summer. He did not help his mom in the kitchen. We did not sing carols every Christmas. I did not draw comics as a kid. She did not make scrapbooks every year. They did not go cycling every weekend. He did not play the drums in a local band. We did not visit the zoo every spring. I did not wake up early for school every weekday. She did not knit scarves during winter. They did not feed birds in the park. He did not practice yoga every morning. We did not go shopping every weekend. I did not run errands for my parents every Saturday. She did not sew dresses for her dolls. They did not plant vegetables in their garden. He did not write stories about his adventures. We did not watch football games together every Sunday. I did not help my dad wash the car every weekend. She did not paint landscapes during her free time. They did not eat breakfast together every morning. He did not fish at the lake every weekend. We did not visit amusement parks during holidays. I did not read newspapers every morning. She did not take photographs at family events. They did not run races in the park. He did not play chess with his uncle. We did not water the plants every morning. I did not study math every evening after school. She did not ride her bicycle to the store. They did not travel abroad every summer. He did not volunteer at the local shelter. We did not decorate the house every Christmas. I did not clean my room every Sunday. She did not bake cakes for birthdays. They did not watch sunsets by the beach. He did not skate in the park. We did not visit relatives during holidays. I did not walk to school every day. She did not write songs in her diary. They did not collect seashells at the beach. He did not fix his bike after school. We did not play tag in the garden. I did not eat cereal for breakfast. She did not water the plants every morning. They did not jog around the block daily. He did not build birdhouses during his free time. We did not gather for family dinners on Sundays. I did not catch fireflies at night. She did not sing lullabies to her baby brother. They did not visit museums on rainy days. He did not help his neighbor carry groceries. We did not perform in school plays every year. I did not help my mom cook dinner every Friday. She did not write postcards to her friends. They did not picnic at the park every Saturday. He did not practice tennis every morning. We did not play cricket in the backyard every weekend. Questions. Did you used to wake up early every day? Did she often visit her grandparents on Sundays? Did they play soccer after school daily? Did he always run 3 miles every morning? Did we watch cartoons every Saturday morning? Did you read books every evening? Did she take piano lessons twice a week? Did they eat dinner as a family every evening? Did he always go fishing on weekends? Did you ride bicycles to school regularly? Did you listen to music every afternoon? Did she paint pictures every weekend? Did they visit the park every Saturday? Did he study for 2 hours every night? Did we camp near the lake every summer? Did you play video games every evening? Did she dance at parties often? Did they watch the stars every night? Did he write poems in his free time? Did we attend the town fair every year? Did you climb trees as a child? Did she read fairy tales before bed? Did they swim in the river during summers? Did he take his dog for a walk every morning? Did we plant flowers in the garden every spring? Did you play with your neighbors every evening? Did she watch soap operas after dinner? Did they travel to the countryside every holiday? Did he practice the guitar every night? Did we sing songs by the campfire? Did you bake cookies every weekend? Did she draw sketches in her notebook? Did they go hiking every summer? Did he play basketball every Friday? Did we clean the house every Saturday morning? Did you visit your grandparents every weekend? Did she cook traditional meals on holidays? Did they watch old movies on Fridays? Did he ride horses on weekends? Did we play board games as a family every night? Did you write letters to your pen pal regularly? Did she collect stamps as a hobby? Did they build sandcastles at the beach every summer? Did he help his mom in the kitchen? Did we sing carols every Christmas? Did you draw comics as a kid? Did she make scrapbooks every year? Did they go cycling every weekend? Did he play the drums in a local band? Did we visit the zoo every spring? Did you wake up early for school every weekday? Did she knit scarves during winter? Did they feed birds in the park? Did he practice yoga every morning? Did we go shopping every weekend? Did you run errands for your parents every Saturday? Did she sew dresses for her dolls? Did they plant vegetables in their garden? Did he write stories about his adventures? Did we watch football games together every Sunday? Did you help your dad wash the car every weekend? Did she paint landscapes during her free time? Did they eat breakfast together every morning? Did he fish at the lake every weekend? Did we visit amusement parks during holidays? Did you read newspapers every morning? Did she take photographs at family events? Did they run races in the park? Did he play chess with his uncle? Did we water the plants every morning? Did you study math every evening after school? Did she ride her bicycle to the store? Did they travel abroad every summer? Did he volunteer at the local shelter? Did we decorate the house every Christmas? Did you clean your room every Sunday? Did she bake cakes for birthdays? Did they watch sunsets by the beach? Did he skate in the park? Did we visit relatives during holidays? Did you walk to school every day? Did she write songs in her diary? Did they collect seashells at the beach? Did he fix his bike after school? Did we play tag in the garden? Did you eat cereal for breakfast? Did she water the plants every morning? Did they jog around the block daily? Did he build birdhouses during his free time? Did we gather for family dinners on Sundays? Did you catch fireflies at night? Did she sing lullabies to her baby brother? Did they visit museums on rainy days? Did he help his neighbor carry groceries? Did we perform in school plays every year? Did you help your mom cook dinner every Friday? Did she write postcards to her friends? Did they picnic at the park every Saturday? Did he practice tennis every morning? Did we play cricket in the backyard every weekend? Simple past uses. Use 5. Actions that interrupted ongoing events. The simple past is used for the interrupting action, while the past progressive describes the ongoing action. Positive sentences. I was reading when the doorbell rang. She was studying when her friend called. They were playing soccer when it started to rain. He was cooking when the power went out. I was walking when I saw an old friend. We were watching TV when the phone rang. She was driving when the tire burst. I was talking on the phone when I heard a loud noise. They were playing video games when the lights went out. He was sleeping when the alarm sounded. I was working when I got an email from my boss. She was cooking when she burned the food. We were having dinner when the guests arrived. I was jogging when it started to snow. They were waiting for the bus when it started to rain. He was reading a book when he fell asleep. She was singing when the microphone broke. I was studying when my phone vibrated. We were playing in the park when it started to snow. He was talking on the phone when he heard a crash. I was running when I tripped over a rock. They were cleaning the house when the neighbors knocked. She was typing when the computer froze. I was eating when I spilled my drink. We were shopping when I found my favorite book. He was playing the guitar when the string broke. She was painting when her brush fell on the floor. I was taking a nap when the phone rang. They were driving when they saw a deer crossing the road. He was playing the piano when he missed a note. I was looking for my keys when I heard a car honking. We were watching a movie when the power went out. She was talking to her friend when her sister walked in. I was studying when my parents came home. They were cleaning the kitchen when they found the missing spoon. He was walking down the street when he saw a bird fly by. I was chatting online when I got an urgent message. We were dancing when the music stopped. She was reading a book when the cat jumped onto the table. I was brushing my teeth when the water stopped working. They were painting the walls when the ladder fell. He was watching the game when his friend called. I was driving when the rain started to pour. We were having a meeting when the fire alarm went off. She was cooking when she cut her finger. I was exercising when my phone rang. They were playing basketball when someone got injured. He was talking when the teacher interrupted. I was washing the dishes when the doorbell rang. We were reading when the power went off. She was talking to me when she suddenly stopped. I was cleaning the house when I found the missing key. They were waiting for the bus when it started to snow. He was working in the garden when the dog ran inside. I was planning my trip when my friend arrived unexpectedly. We were sitting in the cafe when someone dropped their coffee. She was sewing when the needle broke. I was writing an email when my computer shut down. They were having a party when the neighbors complained. He was cleaning the car when he spilled the soap. I was walking when I saw a strange bird. We were looking for the keys when we found a lost wallet. She was making lunch when the phone rang. I was talking to her when she suddenly fainted. They were playing music when the neighbors knocked on the door. He was watching TV when the TV remote broke. I was going to bed when I heard a loud noise outside. We were traveling when our flight was delayed. She was drinking coffee when she spilled it on her shirt. I was running when I tripped over a tree root. They were walking when it started to rain heavily. He was practicing basketball when he injured his ankle. I was doing my homework when the power went out. We were enjoying the concert when the sound system failed. She was watering the plants when the hose broke. I was cleaning the floor when the vacuum cleaner stopped working. They were cooking dinner when the oven broke down. He was studying when his phone buzzed with a message. I was listening to music when the speaker turned off. We were having fun at the beach when a storm began. She was jogging when her shoe came undone. I was talking to my friend when I saw a strange car. They were driving when they ran into a traffic jam. He was reading a newspaper when his dog jumped on him. I was walking through the park when it started to snow. We were painting the house when the ladder collapsed. She was reading when the power went out. I was watching the show when the TV went black. They were walking in the park when they saw a rainbow. He was fixing his bike when the tire popped. I was talking on the phone when my friend arrived. We were waiting for the bus when the rain started. She was painting the picture when she ran out of paint. I was shopping when I saw the sale sign. They were preparing dinner when they heard the doorbell. He was watching the sunset when he saw a shooting star. I was cooking when I burned my finger. We were reading the book when we heard a noise outside. She was playing the piano when she lost her sheet music. I was fixing the car when it rained. Negative sentences. I was not reading when the doorbell rang. She was not studying when her friend called. They were not playing soccer when it started to rain. He was not cooking when the power went out. I was not walking when I saw an old friend. We were not watching TV when the phone rang. She was not driving when the tire burst. I was not talking on the phone when I heard a loud noise. They were not playing video games when the lights went out. He was not sleeping when the alarm sounded. I was not working when I got an email from my boss. She was not cooking when she burned the food. We were not having dinner when the guests arrived. I was not jogging when it started to snow. They were not waiting for the bus when it started to rain. He was not reading a book when he fell asleep. She was not singing when the microphone broke. I was not studying when my phone vibrated. We were not playing in the park when it started to snow. He was not talking on the phone when he heard a crash. I was not running when I tripped over a rock. They were not cleaning the house when the neighbors knocked. She was not typing when the computer froze. I was not eating when I spilled my drink. We were not shopping when I found my favorite book. He was not playing the guitar when the string broke. She was not painting when her brush fell on the floor. I was not taking a nap when the phone rang. They were not driving when they saw a deer crossing the road. He was not playing the piano when he missed a note. I was not looking for my keys when I heard a car honking. We were not reading when the power went off. She was not talking to me when her sister walked in. I was not studying when my parents came home. They were not cleaning the kitchen when they found the missing spoon. He was not walking down the street when he saw a bird fly by. I was not chatting online when I got an urgent message. We were not dancing when the music stopped. She was not reading a book when the cat jumped onto the table. I was not brushing my teeth when the water stopped working. They were not painting the walls when the ladder fell. He was not watching the game when his friend called. I was not driving when the rain started to pour. We were not having a meeting when the fire alarm went off. She was not cooking when she cut her finger. I was not exercising when my phone rang. They were not playing basketball when someone got injured. He was not talking when the teacher interrupted. I was not washing the dishes when the doorbell rang. We were not reading when the power went off. She was not talking to me when she suddenly stopped. I was not cleaning the house when I found the missing key. They were not waiting for the bus when it started to snow. He was not working in the garden when the dog ran inside. I was not planning my trip when my friend arrived unexpectedly. We were not sitting in the cafe when someone dropped their coffee. She was not sewing when the needle broke. I was not writing an email when my computer shut down. They were not having a party when the neighbors complained. He was not cleaning the car when he spilled the soap. I was not walking when I saw a strange bird. We were not looking for the keys when we found a lost wallet. She was not making lunch when the phone rang. I was not talking to her when she suddenly fainted. They were not playing music when the neighbors knocked on the door. He was not watching TV when the TV remote broke. I was not going to bed when I heard a loud noise outside. We were not traveling when our flight was delayed. She was not drinking coffee when she spilled it on her shirt. I was not running when I tripped over a tree root. They were not walking when it started to rain heavily. He was not practicing basketball when he injured his ankle. I was not doing my homework when the power went out. We were not enjoying the concert when the sound system failed. She was not watering the plants when the hose broke. I was not cleaning the floor when the vacuum cleaner stopped working. They were not cooking dinner when the oven broke down. He was not studying when his phone buzzed with a message. I was not listening to music when the speaker turned off. We were not having fun at the beach when a storm began. She was not jogging when her shoe came undone. I was not talking to my friend when I saw a strange car. They were not driving when they ran into a traffic jam. He was not reading a newspaper when his dog jumped on him. I was not walking through the park when it started to snow. We were not painting the house when the ladder collapsed. She was not reading when the power went out. I was not watching the show when the TV went black. They were not walking in the park when they saw a rainbow. He was not fixing his bike when the tire popped. I was not talking on the phone when my friend arrived. We were not waiting for the bus when the rain started. She was not painting the picture when she ran out of paint. I was not shopping when I saw the sale sign. They were not preparing dinner when they heard the doorbell. He was not watching the sunset when he saw a shooting star. I was not cooking when I burned my finger. We were not reading the book when we heard a noise outside. She was not playing the piano when she lost her sheet music. I was not fixing the car when it rained. Questions. Was I sleeping when the phone rang? Was she studying when her friend called? Were they playing soccer when it started to rain? Was he cooking when the power went out? Was I walking when I saw an old friend? Were we watching TV when the phone rang? Was she driving when the tire burst? Was I talking on the phone when I heard a loud noise? Were they playing video games when the lights went out? Was he sleeping when the alarm sounded? Was I working when I got an email from my boss? Was she cooking when she burned the food? Were we having dinner when the guests arrived? Was I jogging when it started to snow? Were they waiting for the bus when it started to rain? Was he reading a book when he fell asleep? Was she singing when the microphone broke? Was I studying when my phone vibrated? Were we playing in the park when it started to snow? Was he talking on the phone when he heard a crash? Was I running when I tripped over a rock? Were they cleaning the house when the neighbors knocked? Was she typing when the computer froze? Was I eating when I spilled my drink? Were we shopping when I found my favorite book? Was he playing the guitar when the string broke? Was she painting when her brush fell on the floor? Was I taking a nap when the phone rang? Were they driving when they saw a deer crossing the road? Was he playing the piano when he missed a note? Was I looking for my keys when I heard a car honking? Were we reading when the power went off? Was she talking to me when her sister walked in? Was I studying when my parents came home? Were they cleaning the kitchen when they found the missing spoon? Was he walking down the street when he saw a bird fly by? Was I chatting online when I got an urgent message? Were we dancing when the music stopped? Was she reading a book when the cat jumped onto the table? Was I brushing my teeth when the water stopped working? Were they painting the walls when the ladder fell? Was he watching the game when his friend called? Was I driving when the rain started to pour? Were we having a meeting when the fire alarm went off? Was she cooking when she cut her finger? Was I exercising when my phone rang? Were they playing basketball when someone got injured? Was he talking when the teacher interrupted? Was I washing the dishes when the doorbell rang? Were we reading when the power went off? Was she talking to me when she suddenly stopped? Was I cleaning the house when I found the missing key? Were they waiting for the bus when it started to snow? Was he working in the garden when the dog ran inside? Was I planning my trip when my friend arrived unexpectedly? Were we sitting in the cafe when someone dropped their coffee? Was she sewing when the needle broke? Was I writing an email when my computer shut down? Were they having a party when the neighbors complained? Was he cleaning the car when he spilled the soap? Was I walking when I saw a strange bird? Were we looking for the keys when we found a lost wallet? Was she making lunch when the phone rang? Was I talking to her when she suddenly fainted? Were they playing music when the neighbors knocked on the door? Was he watching TV when the TV remote broke? Was I going to bed when I heard a loud noise outside? Were we traveling when our flight was delayed? Was she drinking coffee when she spilled it on her shirt? Was I running when I tripped over a tree root? Were they walking when it started to rain heavily? Was he practicing basketball when he injured his ankle? Was I doing my homework when the power went out? Were we enjoying the concert when the sound system failed? Was she watering the plants when the hose broke? Was I cleaning the floor when the vacuum cleaner stopped working? Were they cooking dinner when the oven broke down? Was he studying when his phone buzzed with a message? Was I listening to music when the speaker turned off? Were we having fun at the beach when a storm began? Was she jogging when her shoe came undone? Was I talking to my friend when I saw a strange car? Were they driving when they ran into a traffic jam? Was he reading a newspaper when his dog jumped on him? Was I walking through the park when it started to snow? Were we painting the house when the ladder collapsed? Was she reading when the power went out? Was I watching the show when the TV went black? Were they walking in the park when they saw a rainbow? Was he fixing his bike when the tire popped? Was I talking on the phone when my friend arrived? Were we waiting for the bus when the rain started? Was she painting the picture when she ran out of paint? Was I shopping when I saw the sale sign? Were they preparing dinner when they heard the doorbell? Was he watching the sunset when he saw a shooting star? Was I cooking when I burned my finger? Were we reading the book when we heard a noise outside? Was she playing the piano when she lost her sheet music? Was I fixing the car when it rained? Simple past uses. Use 6. Duration in the past. Describe how long an action lasted in the past. These actions are finished and no longer ongoing. Positive sentences. She lived in Italy for 2 years. They stayed at the beach house for a month. I worked on the project for 3 weeks. He studied French for 6 months. We played video games for 5 hours. She waited for the train for minutes. They traveled across Asia for 3 months. He slept on the couch for 2 nights. I taught English in Japan for 5 years. We danced at the party for 4 hours. She worked as a nurse for 10 years. He played the guitar for an hour. They stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. I practiced yoga for minutes. We watched TV for the entire evening. She wrote her novel for 2 years. He played tennis for 3 hours. They lived in a small town for a decade. I swam in the pool for 45 minutes. We stayed at the park all afternoon. She cooked dinner for 2 hours. He repaired the car for 5 hours. They painted the house for a week. I read the book for an entire day. We walked along the river for 3 hours. She stayed at her friend's house for a weekend. He listened to music for hours. They worked in the factory for 20 years. I cleaned my room for an hour. We waited for the bus for 30 minutes. She studied history for 2 semesters. He ran in the marathon for 4 hours. They sang songs for 3 hours. I played chess with my brother for an hour. We talked on the phone for a long time. She stayed up late for several nights. He drove across the country for 5 days. They worked as teachers for 15 years. I exercised at the gym for 2 hours. We explored the city for the whole day. She took care of her grandmother for a year. He studied math for 2 hours. They practiced the dance routine for a week. I watched the sunset for an hour. We worked in the garden for the entire afternoon. She volunteered at the shelter for a year. He painted landscapes for 5 years. They cleaned the house for 3 hours. I visited my grandparents for 2 weeks. We played board games all night. She attended the conference for 3 days. He stayed in the library for 6 hours. They fished by the lake for an entire morning. I wrote essays for the school competition for a month. We watched movies for an entire weekend. She worked as a waitress for 5 summers. He prepared for the exam for 3 weeks. They traveled by car for 2 days. I stayed in bed all day. We waited for the rain to stop for an hour. She knitted scarves for 6 months. He played piano at the concert for 2 hours. They camped in the forest for a week. I studied Spanish for 2 years. We walked through the park for hours. She stayed awake for the whole night. He repaired bicycles for several months. They toured Europe for the entire summer. I organized the files for 2 days. We visited museums for 3 afternoons. She cared for the sick puppy for 3 months. He waited in line for 4 hours. They lived in the countryside for 6 years. I prepared the presentation for an entire day. We worked together on the project for a week. She baked cakes for the party for 2 days. He stayed in the mountains for a month. They studied biology for 3 semesters. I played soccer with my friends for 2 hours. We talked about the movie for a long time. She exercised at the gym for minutes. He cooked meals for his family for 5 years. They built the bridge for 3 months. I wrote in my journal for an hour every night. We stayed at the cabin for 2 weeks. She watched birds by the river for an afternoon. He danced in competitions for 5 years. They painted murals for the entire community for a year. I walked to school every day for 6 years. We rode bicycles along the trail for an entire day. She cleaned the windows for the whole morning. He worked in the garden for an hour. They stayed in the hostel for 4 days. I attended the workshop for 3 days. We played basketball for 2 hours every evening. She wrote poems for 5 years. He taught math at the school for a decade. They fixed the roof for 2 days. I painted my bedroom for an afternoon. We swam in the lake for an hour every morning. Negative sentences. She did not live in Italy for 2 years. They did not stay at the beach house for a month. I did not work on the project for 3 weeks. He did not study French for 6 months. We did not play video games for 5 hours. She did not wait for the train for 45 minutes. They did not travel across Asia for 3 months. He did not sleep on the couch for 2 nights. I did not teach English in Japan for 5 years. We did not dance at the party for 4 hours. She did not work as a nurse for 10 years. He did not play the guitar for an hour. They did not stay in the hospital for 2 weeks. I did not practice yoga for minutes. We did not watch TV for the entire evening. She did not write her novel for 2 years. He did not play tennis for 3 hours. They did not live in a small town for a decade. I did not swim in the pool for 45 minutes. We did not stay at the park all afternoon. She did not cook dinner for 2 hours. He did not repair the car for 5 hours. They did not paint the house for a week. I did not read the book for an entire day. We did not walk along the river for 3 hours. She did not stay at her friend's house for a weekend. He did not listen to music for hours. They did not work in the factory for 20 years. I did not clean my room for an hour. We did not wait for the bus for 30 minutes. She did not study history for 2 semesters. He did not run in the marathon for 4 hours. They did not sing songs for 3 hours. I did not play chess with my brother for an hour. We did not talk on the phone for a long time. She did not stay up late for several nights. He did not drive across the country for 5 days. They did not work as teachers for 15 years. I did not exercise at the gym for 2 hours. We did not explore the city for the whole day. She did not take care of her grandmother for a year. He did not study math for 2 hours. They did not practice the dance routine for a week. I did not watch the sunset for an hour. We did not work in the garden for the entire afternoon. She did not volunteer at the shelter for a year. He did not paint landscapes for 5 years. They did not clean the house for 3 hours. I did not visit my grandparents for 2 weeks. We did not play board games all night. She did not attend the conference for 3 days. He did not stay in the library for 6 hours. They did not fish by the lake for an entire morning. I did not write essays for the school competition for a month. We did not watch movies for an entire weekend. She did not work as a waitress for 5 summers. He did not prepare for the exam for 3 weeks. They did not travel by car for 2 days. I did not stay in bed all day. We did not wait for the rain to stop for an hour. She did not knit scarves for 6 months. He did not play piano at the concert for 2 hours. They did not camp in the forest for a week. I did not study Spanish for 2 years. We did not walk through the park for hours. She did not stay awake for the whole night. He did not repair bicycles for several months. They did not tour Europe for the entire summer. I did not organize the files for 2 days. We did not visit museums for 3 afternoons. She did not care for the sick puppy for 3 months. He did not wait in line for 4 hours. They did not live in the countryside for 6 years. I did not prepare the presentation for an entire day. We did not work together on the project for a week. She did not bake cakes for the party for 2 days. He did not stay in the mountains for a month. They did not study biology for 3 semesters. I did not play soccer with my friends for 2 hours. We did not talk about the movie for a long time. She did not exercise at the gym for 90 minutes. He did not cook meals for his family for 5 years. They did not build the bridge for 3 months. I did not write in my journal for an hour every night. We did not stay at the cabin for 2 weeks. She did not watch birds by the river for an afternoon. He did not dance in competitions for 5 years. They did not paint murals for the entire community for a year. I did not walk to school every day for 6 years. We did not ride bicycles along the trail for an entire day. She did not clean the windows for the whole morning. He did not work in the garden for an hour. They did not stay in the hostel for 4 days. I did not attend the workshop for 3 days. We did not play basketball for 2 hours every evening. She did not write poems for 5 years. He did not teach math at the school for a decade. They did not fix the roof for 2 days. I did not paint my bedroom for an afternoon. We did not swim in the lake for an hour every morning. Questions. Did she live in Italy for 2 years? Did they stay at the beach house for a month? Did I work on the project for 3 weeks? Did he study French for 6 months? Did we play video games for 5 hours? Did she wait for the train for minutes? Did they travel across Asia for 3 months? Did he sleep on the couch for 2 nights? Did I teach English in Japan for 5 years? Did we dance at the party for 4 hours? Did she work as a nurse for 10 years? Did he play the guitar for an hour? Did they stay in the hospital for 2 weeks? Did I practice yoga for minutes? Did we watch TV for the entire evening? Did she write her novel for 2 years? Did he play tennis for 3 hours? Did they live in a small town for a decade? Did I swim in the pool for 45 minutes? Did we stay at the park all afternoon? Did she cook dinner for 2 hours? Did he repair the car for 5 hours? Did they paint the house for a week? Did I read the book for an entire day? Did we walk along the river for 3 hours? Did she stay at her friend's house for a weekend? Did he listen to music for hours? Did they work in the factory for years? Did I clean my room for an hour? Did we wait for the bus for minutes? Did she study history for 2 semesters? Did he run in the marathon for 4 hours? Did they sing songs for 3 hours? Did I play chess with my brother for an hour? Did we talk on the phone for a long time? Did she stay up late for several nights? Did he drive across the country for 5 days? Did they work as teachers for years? Did I exercise at the gym for 2 hours? Did we explore the city for the whole day? Did she take care of her grandmother for a year? Did he study math for 2 hours? Did they practice the dance routine for a week? Did I watch the sunset for an hour? Did we work in the garden for the entire afternoon? Did she volunteer at the shelter for a year? Did he paint landscapes for 5 years? Did they clean the house for 3 hours? Did I visit my grandparents for 2 weeks? Did we play board games all night? Did she attend the conference for 3 days? Did he stay in the library for 6 hours? Did they fish by the lake for an entire morning? Did I write essays for the school competition for a month? Did we watch movies for an entire weekend? Did she work as a waitress for 5 summers? Did he prepare for the exam for 3 weeks? Did they travel by car for 2 days? Did I stay in bed all day? Did we wait for the rain to stop for an hour? Did she knit scarves for 6 months? Did he play piano at the concert for 2 hours? Did they camp in the forest for a week? Did I study Spanish for 2 years? Did we walk through the park for hours? Did she stay awake for the whole night? Did he repair bicycles for several months? Did they tour Europe for the entire summer? Did I organize the files for 2 days? Did we visit museums for 3 afternoons? Did she care for the sick puppy for 3 months? Did he wait in line for 4 hours? Did they live in the countryside for 6 years? Did I prepare the presentation for an entire? Did we work together on the project for a week? Did she bake cakes for the party for 2 days? Did he stay in the mountains for a month? Did they study biology for 3 semesters? Did I play soccer with my friends for 2 hours? Did we talk about the movie for a long time? Did she exercise at the gym for 90 minutes? Did he cook meals for his family for 5 years? Did they build the bridge for 3 months? Did I write in my journal for an hour every night? Did we stay at the cabin for 2 weeks? Did she watch birds by the river for an afternoon? Did he dance in competitions for 5 years? Did they paint murals for the entire community for a year? Did I walk to school every day for 6 years? Did we ride bicycles along the trail for an entire day? Did she clean the windows for the whole morning? Did he work in the garden for an hour? Did they stay in the hostel for 4 days? Did I attend the workshop for 3 days? Did we play basketball for 2 hours every evening? Did she write poems for 5 years? Did he teach math at the school for a decade? Did they fix the roof for 2 days? Did I paint my bedroom for an afternoon? Past continuous tense. Explanation, uses, and common mistakes. 1. What is the past continuous tense? The past continuous, also called the past progressive, describes actions that were ongoing at a specific time in the past. It is used to show that something was happening before another action interrupted it, or to describe background details in a story. 2. How to form the past continuous. A. Sentence structure. Positive sentences. Subject plus was, were plus verb ing. Examples: I was watching TV. They were playing football. Negative sentences. Subject plus was, were plus not plus verb ing. Examples: She wasn't reading a book. We weren't sleeping. Questions: was, were plus subject plus verbing. Examples: was he studying at 8 p.m.? Were they cooking dinner? 3. When to use the past continuous tense. A. An ongoing action in the past at a specific time. Used when an action was happening at a particular moment. Examples: at 7 p.m. I was eating dinner. They were watching a movie at this time yesterday. B. Two actions happening at the same time, parallel actions. Used when two past actions were in progress at the same time. Examples: she was cooking while he was watching TV. We were studying while it was raining outside. C. An interrupted action in the past. One action was happening when another shorter action, simple past, interrupted it. Examples: I was sleeping when the phone rang. They were walking when it started to rain. D. Background description in a story. Used to describe setting, atmosphere, or background events in a story. Examples: the sun was shining and the birds were singing. People were talking and laughing at the party. E. Repeated actions with always, expressing annoyance. Used with always to talk about actions that happened frequently and were annoying. Examples: he was always losing his keys. They were always arguing. 4. Common mistakes and how to fix them. A. Using the wrong be verb. I were watching TV. I was watching TV. Fix. Use was for I, he, she, it, and were for we, you, they. B. Using the past continuous instead of simple past. I was meeting him yesterday. I met him yesterday. Fix. Use simple past for completed actions. C. Using was, were twice. She was cooking dinner. She was cooking dinner. Fix. Use was, were only once before the verb. D. Forgetting ing on the verb. He was listening to music. He was listening to music. Fix. Always add ing after was, were. E. Using the wrong verb form in negatives. She was not ate dinner. She was not eating dinner. Fix. The main verb should always be in the ing form. 5. Common time expressions used with the past continuous. At this time yesterday. At this time yesterday, I was studying. At 8 p.m. last night. At 8 p.m., they were having dinner. While she was cooking, he was reading. When I was sleeping, when the alarm went off. All day, all night. He was working all day. 6. Summary table. Use. Example. Ongoing action at a specific time. I was eating dinner at 7 p.m. Two actions happening at the same time. She was cooking while he was watching TV. Interrupted action in the past. I was sleeping when the phone rang. Background description in a story. The sun was shining, and the birds were singing. Annoying repeated actions. He was always losing his keys. Past continuous tense. Use 1. An ongoing action in the past at a specific time. Positive sentences. I was exercising when my phone rang. I was watching TV when the phone rang. The kids were laughing at a funny joke. I was feeling nervous before my speech. We were having lunch when the news broke. They were singing karaoke when I arrived. She was stretching before the race began. She was waiting for a taxi when I saw her. She was shopping when she lost her wallet. I was cleaning my room when my mom came in. I was learning French when I visited Paris. I was working late when my friend texted me. She was taking a shower when the phone rang. I was sleeping when the alarm clock went off. I was drawing a picture when my pencil broke. She was knitting a sweater while watching TV. We were listening to music while driving home. She was reading a book when her friend called. I was walking to work when I met an old friend. She was ironing clothes while watching a movie. She was humming a song while washing the dishes. The birds were chirping when the sun was rising. They were playing soccer when it started to rain. He was brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. He was checking his emails while drinking coffee. I was reading a magazine when the power went out. We were planting flowers when it started to rain. The baby was crying when his mother picked him up. They were arguing about politics when I walked in. He was taking photos when the camera battery died. We were walking in the park when we saw a rainbow. I was looking for my keys when I found some money. They were taking selfies while exploring the city. She was talking to her friend when the bus arrived. We were talking on the phone when the call dropped. We were waiting for the bus when it started to snow. He was running in the park while listening to music. I was organizing my desk when I found an old letter. He was studying for his exam when the power went out. The wind was blowing strongly when we left the house. We were watching a movie when the internet went down. We were sightseeing when we met some friendly locals. The chef was preparing a meal when the guests arrived. He was whistling a tune while walking down the street. He was reading a newspaper when I walked into the cafe. The boy was flying his kite when the wind got stronger. The dog was wagging its tail while waiting for a treat. The baby was giggling when his father made funny faces. They were enjoying the concert when the power went out. They were dancing at the wedding when the music stopped. They were discussing the project when the manager arrived. He was counting the money when the cashier made a mistake. I was thinking about my future while staring at the stars. They were driving to the airport when they got a flat tire. He was making a speech when the microphone stopped working. The actor was rehearsing his lines before the play started. She was waiting at the bus stop when she met an old friend. We were camping in the forest when we heard strange noises. The secretary was typing an email when her boss called her. The baby was sleeping soundly when the thunderstorm started. They were packing their bags when their flight was cancelled. He was opening the gift when his friends shouted, "Surprise!" We were enjoying the sunset when it suddenly started to rain. The old man was feeding the birds while sitting on the bench. I was fixing my laptop when the screen suddenly turned black. He was repairing his bike when his neighbor came over to help. He was waiting at the train station when he saw an old friend. The teacher was explaining the lesson when the fire alarm rang. The train was approaching the station when it suddenly stopped. We were dancing at the party when the DJ played our favorite song. They were swimming in the pool when the lifeguard blew the whistle. The team was celebrating their victory when the coach entered the room. Negative sentences. I was not exercising when my phone rang. I was not watching TV when the phone rang. The kids were not laughing at a funny joke. I was not feeling nervous before my speech. We were not having lunch when the news broke. They were not singing karaoke when I arrived. She was not stretching before the race began. She was not waiting for a taxi when I saw her. She was not shopping when she lost her wallet. I was not cleaning my room when my mom came in. I was not learning French when I visited Paris. I was not working late when my friend texted me. She was not taking a shower when the phone rang. I was not sleeping when the alarm clock went off. I was not drawing a picture when my pencil broke. She was not knitting a sweater while watching TV. We were not listening to music while driving home. She was not reading a book when her friend called. I was not walking to work when I met an old friend. She was not ironing clothes while watching a movie. She was not humming a song while washing the dishes. They were not playing soccer when it started to rain. He was not brushing his teeth when the doorbell rang. He was not checking his emails while drinking coffee. I was not reading a magazine when the power went out. We were not planting flowers when it started to rain. The baby was not crying when his mother picked him up. They were not arguing about politics when I walked in. He was not taking photos when the camera battery died. We were not walking in the park when we saw a rainbow. I was not looking for my keys when I found some money. They were not taking selfies while exploring the city. She was not talking to her friend when the bus arrived. We were not talking on the phone when the call dropped. We were not waiting for the bus when it started to snow. He was not running in the park while listening to music. I was not organizing my desk when I found an old letter. The birds were not chirping when the sun was not rising. He was not studying for his exam when the power went out. The wind was not blowing strongly when we left the house. We were not watching a movie when the internet went down. We were not sightseeing when we met some friendly locals. The chef was not preparing a meal when the guests arrived. He was not whistling a tune while walking down the street. He was not reading a newspaper when I walked into the cafe. The boy was not flying his kite when the wind got stronger. The dog was not wagging its tail while waiting for a treat. T-Baby was not giggling when his father made funny faces. They were not enjoying the concert when the power went out. They were not dancing at the wedding when the music stopped. They were not discussing the project when the manager arrived. He was not counting the money when the cashier made a mistake. I was not thinking about my future while staring at the stars. They were not driving to the airport when they got a flat tire. He was not making a speech when the microphone stopped working. The actor was not rehearsing his lines before the play started. She was not waiting at the bus stop when she met an old friend. We were not camping in the forest when we heard strange noises. The secretary was not typing an email when her boss called her. They were not packing their bags when their flight was cancelled. He was not opening the gift when his friend shouted, "Surprise!" We were not enjoying the sunset when it suddenly started to rain. The old man was not feeding the birds while sitting on the bench. He was not repairing his bike when his neighbor came over to help. He was not waiting at the train station when he saw an old friend. The teacher was not explaining the lesson when the fire alarm rang. The train was not approaching the station when it suddenly stopped. The chef was not chopping vegetables while the soup was not boiling. The kids were not watching cartoons when the TV suddenly turned off. We were not dancing at the party when the DJ played our favorite song. They were not swimming in the pool when the lifeguard blew the whistle. The team was not celebrating their victory when the coach entered the room. Questions. He was working, wasn't he? Was he waiting for the bus? We were playing, weren't we? Was he texting while driving? Were we laughing at the joke? She was sleeping, wasn't she? Was he driving home at 6 p.m.? You were studying, weren't you? Were they traveling last summer? They were waiting, weren't they? They were running, weren't they? Why was the baby crying so loudly? Were you watching TV when I called? Were you learning French last year? Where were you going when I saw you? Why was she crying when you met her? What was he eating when you arrived? Was she reading when the phone rang? Was she exercising when you saw her? You were feeling tired, weren't you? Were they playing soccer in the park? Were you working at 8 p.m. yesterday? Was the sun shining when you woke up? Were you still working when I called? Was she still sleeping when you left? She was writing an email, wasn't she? Was she painting when you visited her? Who were they talking to at the party? Were you walking to work this morning? Was he making dinner when you arrived? Was he fixing the car when you saw him? Was he laughing while telling the joke? Was the baby sleeping in the afternoon? The teacher was explaining, wasn't she? The kids were having fun, weren't they? Was she cooking dinner when you arrived? Was he studying for his exam last night? Were we walking when it started to rain? Was she listening to music during class? Were we listening to music while driving? Were they taking pictures at the wedding? What were you doing at 10 a.m. yesterday? How was she feeling before the interview? Were they still playing when it got dark? Were they eating when the guests arrived? Was he driving when the accident happened? Were they dancing when the lights went out? Which book was she reading when you called? Was she smiling while talking on the phone? Were you studying when your friend visited? Were you talking on the phone when I texted? Were they arguing about the project at work? Was he jogging when you saw him at the park? Where was he working before he got promoted? Was the baby still crying after you fed him? Was she talking when the phone disconnected? Were they studying when the fire alarm rang? Was the dog barking when the mailman arrived? What were they discussing during the meeting? Were you watching TV when the power went out? Was the baby crying when you entered the room? Was she ironing her clothes while watching TV? Were the kids sleeping when the guests arrived? Was she taking a shower when the doorbell rang? Were they playing when their parents came home? Were you sleeping when the alarm clock went off? Were they having lunch when the fire alarm rang? Was she cooking while he was washing the dishes? Were they playing while the teacher was talking? Were you exercising at the gym yesterday morning? Were you studying while your friend was sleeping? Were you listening to music while doing homework? Was the singer performing when the power went out? Were they still arguing when you entered the room? Was the teacher teaching when the fire alarm rang? Was she reading a book when you knocked on the door? Were we waiting for the bus when it started snowing? Was the baby sleeping when the thunderstorms started? Were you cleaning your room when your mom walked in? Were you feeling sick before the doctor examined you? Was he fixing the computer when the internet crashed? Were they waiting for the train while it was raining? Were the kids playing outside when it started to rain? Were we laughing at the joke when the teacher came in? Were the students writing an essay when the bell rang? Were you still waiting when the train finally arrived? Was the baby sleeping when the loud noise woke him up? Was the chef preparing food when the customers arrived? Was she waiting for a taxi when you offered her a ride? Was the waiter serving food when the manager called him? Was the teacher explaining the lesson when you walked in? Was he still writing the report when the deadline passed? Were they discussing the meeting when the manager arrived? Were we enjoying our trip while they were having problems? Past continuous tense. Use to. Two actions happening at the same time, parallel actions. Positive sentences. They were chatting while enjoying their coffee. The birds were singing while the sun was rising. She was dancing while he was playing the guitar. We were laughing while telling each other jokes. They were dancing while the DJ was playing music. They were playing football while we were studying. We were eating dinner while the baby was sleeping. The sun was shining while the birds were chirping. I was watching TV while my mom was cooking dinner. She was painting her nails while watching a movie. The sun was setting while we were taking pictures. The wind was blowing while the trees were swaying. The dog was barking while the cat was ignoring it. The dog was barking while the cat was running away. He was drinking coffee while reading the newspaper. I was taking a nap while my friend was watching TV. The fish were swimming while the birds were flying. The kids were blowing bubbles while running around. The birds were flying while the leaves were falling. I was baking cookies while my sister was making tea. I was reading a book while my sister was watching TV. The artist was painting while soft music was playing. The storm was approaching while we were driving home. We were driving through the city while it was raining. We were driving to the beach while listening to music. She was walking in the park while talking on the phone. The rain was pouring while we were waiting for the bus. The candles were burning while the guests were singing. She was drawing a picture while he was writing an essay. The friends were discussing plans while drinking coffee. She was texting her friend while walking down the street. He was playing with his dog while his wife was gardening. My cat was sleeping on my lap while I was reading a book. My dad was fixing the car while I was cleaning the garage. They were studying together while listening to soft music. The athletes were stretching while preparing for the race. The audience was clapping while the singer was performing. He was cooking dinner while his wife was setting the table. The team was practicing while the coach was observing them. I was learning French while my friend was learning Spanish. He was watching a movie while his friend was reading a book. They were talking on the phone while walking to the station. The baby was crying while the mother was preparing the milk. I was fixing my laptop while my brother was using his phone. The waiter was bringing food while the guests were chatting. The farmers were harvesting crops while the sun was setting. The waiter was serving food while the customers were talking. The baby was smiling while his father was making funny faces. The street was getting busy while the traffic was increasing. The street lights were turning on while the night was falling. They were laughing while remembering their childhood memories. She was reading a novel while her cat was sleeping on her lap. The librarian was arranging books while students were reading. The employees were working while the manager was making calls. He was brushing his teeth while his wife was brushing her hair. We were waiting for the bus while it was getting colder outside. The news reporter was talking while the camera was filming live. I was listening to music while my brother was playing video games. They were planning their trip while checking maps on their phones. The football players were practicing while the coach was watching. The gardener was watering plants while the dog was running around. The kids were painting pictures while the teacher was helping them. We were cleaning the house while our parents were grocery shopping. The little girl was singing while her brother was playing the piano. The baby was playing with toys while her mother was folding clothes. The airplane was flying while the passengers were enjoying the view. The little boy was playing with a ball while his sister was drawing. My parents were discussing their plans while I was doing my homework. The employees were working while the manager was giving instructions. The farmer was planting seeds while the cow was grazing in the field. The salesman was presenting a product while customers were listening. She was teaching a lesson while the students were listening carefully. I was working on my project while my sister was studying for her exam. The children were playing outside while the wind was blowing strongly. The grandmother was knitting while her grandson was watching cartoons. The driver was checking his mirrors while the passengers were talking. The actors were rehearsing while the director was giving instructions. The audience was cheering while the team was celebrating their victory. The mechanic was fixing the bike while the owner was waiting patiently. My grandfather was telling a story while we were listening attentively. The musicians were playing instruments while the audience was clapping. The chef was chopping vegetables while the assistant was boiling water. The children were playing in the park while their parents were chatting. The street performer was singing while people were gathering around him. The shopkeeper was arranging the products while customers were shopping. The children were shouting while the teacher was trying to control them. The chef was decorating the cake, while the waiter was setting the table. The boy was building a sandcastle while his sister was collecting shells. I was looking at old pictures while my mom was telling stories about them. The kids were jumping on the trampoline while their parents were watching. The teacher was explaining the lesson while the students were taking notes. The workers were repairing the road while the cars were waiting in traffic. The chef was preparing the dishes while the waiter was arranging the tables. The children were running in the garden while their grandmother was knitting. The tourists were taking pictures while the guide was explaining the history. The waves were crashing against the rocks while the seagulls were flying above. The police were investigating the case while the journalists were reporting it. The parents were discussing vacation plans while the kids were playing outside. The scientist was writing notes while the assistant was checking the equipment. The students were discussing the lesson while the teacher was writing on the board. 100% negative sentences. I was not reading a book, and my sister was not watching TV. He was not cooking dinner, and his wife was not setting the table. They were not playing football, and we were not studying. We were not eating dinner, and the baby was not sleeping. She was not texting her friend while walking down the street. The birds were not singing, and the sun was not rising. The dog was not barking, and the cat was not running away. We were not driving through the city, and it was not raining. He was not watching a movie, and his friend was not reading a book. She was not dancing, and he was not playing the guitar. The sun was not setting, and we were not taking pictures. The kids were not blowing bubbles while running around. The artist was not painting, and soft music was not playing. The wind was not blowing, and the trees were not swaying. The dog was not barking, and the cat was not ignoring it. The candles were not burning, and the guests were not singing. The storm was not approaching, and we were not driving home. The friends were not discussing plans while drinking coffee. They were not laughing while remembering their childhood memories. We were not waiting for the bus, and it was not getting colder outside. She was not drawing a picture, and he was not writing an essay. The sun was not shining, and the birds were not chirping. They were not talking on the phone while walking to the station. I was not watching TV, and my mom was not cooking dinner. They were not dancing, and the DJ was not playing music. The little girl was not singing, and her brother was not playing the piano. The workers were not repairing the road, and the cars were not waiting in traffic. We were not laughing while telling each other jokes. He was not drinking coffee while reading the newspaper. The team was not practicing, and the coach was not observing them. The birds were not flying, and the leaves were not falling. My dad was not fixing the car, and I was not cleaning the garage. She was not reading a novel, and her cat was not sleeping on her lap. The mechanic was not fixing the bike, and the owner was not waiting patiently. The baby was not crying, and the mother was not preparing the milk. They were not planning their trip while checking maps on their phones. I was not baking cookies, and my sister was not making tea. The farmer was not planting seeds, and the cow was not grazing in the field. The children were not playing outside, and the wind was not blowing strongly. We were not driving to the beach while listening to music. She was not walking in while talking on the phone. He was not playing with his dog, and his wife was not gardening. The football players were not practicing, and the coach was not watching. They were not studying together while listening to soft music. I was not fixing my laptop, and my brother was not using his phone. She was not painting her nails while watching a movie. The baby was not playing with toys, and her mother was not folding clothes. The waiter was not bringing food, and the guests were not chatting. The street was not getting busy, and the traffic was not increasing. My cat was not sleeping on my lap, and I was not reading a book. The athletes were not stretching while preparing for the race. The rain was not pouring, and we were not waiting for the bus. The children were not shouting, and the teacher was not trying to control them. I was not taking a nap, and my friend was not watching TV. They were not chatting while enjoying their coffee. The farmers were not harvesting crops, and the sun was not setting. The street lights were not turning on, and the night was not falling. The fish were not swimming, and the birds were not flying. I was not learning French, and my friend was not learning Spanish. The waiter was not serving food, and the customers were not talking. The employees were not working, and the manager was not giving instructions. The audience was not cheering, and the team was not celebrating their victory. The children were not running in the garden, and their grandmother was not knitting. The chef was not preparing the dishes, and the waiter was not arranging the tables. The students were not discussing the lesson, and the teacher was not writing on the board. My grandfather was not telling a story, and we were not listening attentively. The police were not investigating the case, and the journalists were not reporting it. The waves were not crashing against the rocks, and the seagulls were not flying above. She was not teaching a lesson, and the students were not listening carefully. He was not brushing his teeth, and his wife was not brushing her hair. The kids were not painting pictures, and the teacher was not helping them. I was not working on my project, and my sister was not studying for her exam. The children were not playing in the park, and their parents were not chatting. The teacher was not explaining the lesson, and the students were not taking notes. I was not listening to music, and my brother was not playing video games. Not discussing their plans, and I was not doing my homework. The baby was not smiling, and his father was not making funny faces. The musicians were not playing instruments, and the audience was not clapping. I was not looking at old pictures, and my mom was not telling stories about them. The chef was not chopping vegetables, and the assistant was not boiling water. The audience was not clapping, and the singer was not performing. The librarian was not arranging books, and the students were not reading. The chef was not decorating the cake, and the waiter was not setting the table. The news reporter was not talking, and the camera was not filming live. The gardener was not watering plants, and the dog was not running around. The employees were not working, and the manager was not making calls. The grandmother was not knitting, and her grandson was not watching cartoons. The shopkeeper was not arranging the products, and the customers were not shopping. We were not cleaning the house, and our parents were not grocery shopping. The tourists were not taking pictures, and the guide was not explaining the history. The street performer was not singing, and people were not gathering around him. The boy was not building a sandcastle, and his sister was not collecting shells. The driver was not checking his mirrors, and the passengers were not talking. The kids were not jumping on the trampoline, and their parents were not watching. The actors were not rehearsing, and the director was not giving instructions. The airplane was not flying, and the passengers were not enjoying the view. The little boy was not playing with a ball, and his sister was not collecting shells. The parents were not discussing vacation plans, and the kids were not playing outside. The salesman was not presenting a product, and the customers were not listening. The scientist was not writing notes, and the assistant was not checking the equipment. Questions. Were you watching TV while your brother was playing video games? Was she talking on the phone while her friend was reading a book? Were they dancing at the party while the DJ was playing music? Were we walking to the store while it was raining outside? Were you studying for your exam while your friends were having lunch? Was he working at his desk while his colleagues were having a meeting? Were the children playing in the yard while their parents were cooking dinner? Was she driving to work while listening to the radio? Were you talking to your friend while he was fixing the car? Was the dog barking while the cat was sleeping on the couch? Were the employees working on the project while the boss was giving instructions? Was he playing the guitar while his sister was singing? Were you cleaning the house while your children were playing outside? Were they studying together while their friends were playing sports? Was she eating lunch while her husband was preparing the salad? Were you waiting for the bus while watching people pass by? Was he helping his mom while she was cooking dinner? Were we shopping at the mall while the kids were playing at the playground? Was the teacher explaining the lesson while the students were writing notes? Were you reading the newspaper while your partner was drinking coffee? Were the birds singing while the wind was blowing gently? Was she practicing her speech while he was rehearsing the piano? Were we driving to the beach while the kids were singing in the back seat? Were they looking at the stars while the fire was burning brightly? Was he preparing his presentation while the team was discussing their project? Were you watching the movie while your friend was texting on their phone? Was she singing on stage while the audience was clapping? Were they playing chess while their friends were watching a movie? Was he taking a nap while his roommate was cleaning the kitchen? Were you writing your essay while your roommate was reading a book? Was she painting the wall while he was fixing the door? Were you doing your homework while your sister was listening to music? Was the baby crying while the mother was feeding him? Were we sitting on the beach while the sun was setting? Was he filling out the form while you were taking a phone call? Were you texting your friend while walking down the street? Was she running in the park while the dog was chasing after her? Were they cleaning the house while you were watching TV? Was he drawing a picture while his sister was reading a book? Were we working in the garden while the dog was digging a hole? Were they driving to the store while their children were playing at home? Was she trying to fix the car while he was giving her instructions? Were we sitting in the cafe while the rain was falling outside? Was he playing the piano while his family was listening to his music? Were you cleaning your room while your parents were cooking dinner? Was she baking cookies while her brother was watching TV? Were they studying for the test while we were having a discussion? Was the teacher lecturing while the students were taking notes? Were you playing the guitar while your friend was playing the drums? Was she writing an email while he was answering a phone call? Were we looking for our keys while our neighbor was walking by? Was she getting ready for the party while her friends were waiting for her? Were they exploring the forest while their parents were setting up camp? Was he working from home while his wife was making dinner? Were you listening to music while cleaning the kitchen? Was she typing on her laptop while the kids were playing outside? Were they playing cards while we were enjoying the view? Was he studying for his exam while his roommate was watching TV? Were you taking notes while listening to the lecture? Was she cooking dinner while watching her favorite TV show? Were they writing their reports while you were fixing the printer? Was he calling his friend while his sister was organizing the books? Were you sleeping while I was working on the project? Was the teacher discussing the homework while the students were talking? Were they painting the fence while their dog was running around the yard? Was she reading a novel while listening to soft music? Were you watching the game while your friends were cheering? Was he playing chess while his parents were making dinner? Were they chatting online while you were writing your email? Was she taking photos while her friends were posing for the picture? Were we enjoying the sunset while the birds were singing? Was he cleaning the car while you were washing the windows? Were you taking a walk while your friend was jogging? Was she playing video games while her brother was doing his homework? Were they visiting their grandparents while we were packing for the trip? Was he playing football while you were watching from the sidelines? Were we writing emails while the internet was not working? Was she speaking in French while her friend was translating for her? Were you singing in the shower while your brother was playing the guitar? Was he teaching a class while the students were taking notes? Were they walking down the street while we were sitting in the cafe? Was she writing a letter while her children were playing in the yard? Were we driving to the concert while the band was rehearsing? Was he studying in his room while the rest of the family was watching TV? Were they eating lunch while you were studying for your exam? Was she shopping at the mall while her friends were trying on clothes? Were they building the house while the workers were laying the foundation? Was he reading the book while his sister was knitting a scarf? Were we waiting for the train while looking at the schedule? Was she singing her favorite song while washing the dishes? Were they working on the project while the boss was giving instructions? Was he driving to the office while talking to his colleague? Were you working late while your family was celebrating? Was she walking the dog while listening to an audiobook? Were we talking while the concert was going on? Was he studying in the library while his friends were playing basketball? Were they taking a nap while you were cooking dinner? Was she baking a cake while her husband was cleaning the garage? Were you planning the weekend while your friend was making arrangements? Was he exploring the city while his friends were shopping for souvenirs? Past continuous tense, use 3. An interrupted action in the past, positive forms. He was jogging when it started to rain. He was exercising when his phone rang. She was riding her bicycle when she fell. He was sleeping when his alarm went off. I was petting my cat when it jumped away. I was eating dinner when the doorbell rang. I was driving home when I saw an accident. She was fixing her hair when the mirror fell. They were cycling when a dog chased them. I was shopping when I ran into an old friend. I was calling my friend when my battery died. I was making coffee when the kettle whistled. I was sewing a button when the needle broke. I was practicing guitar when my friend called. He was driving to work when he got a flat tire. I was walking home when I met an old friend. I was watching a movie when my phone rang. The baby was sleeping when the phone rang. I was reading a book when my sister called me. He was tidying his desk when his friend visited. He was fixing the car when his wife came home. They were eating dinner when their friend called. I was filling the form when the pen ran out of ink. They were laughing when the teacher walked in. They were playing soccer when it started to rain. He was drinking coffee when his boss called him. He was tying his shoelaces when his phone rang. She was taking a shower when the doorbell rang. They were jogging when they saw a shooting star. She was cooking dinner when the guests arrived. She was drawing a picture when her pencil broke. I was learning French when I met a native speaker. I was explaining the rules when my phone buzzed. I was ironing my clothes when the power went off. We were driving to work when we saw an accident. The dog was barking when we arrived at the house. She was polishing her nails when the bottle spilled. We were waiting for the bus when it started to snow. I was talking to my friend when my dad interrupted. She was waiting for a taxi when it suddenly arrived. She was watering the plants when it started raining. I was choosing a dress when my friend texted me. They were singing a song when the lights went out. I was watching the sunset when my phone buzzed. We were fixing the broken chair when Dad walked in. The baby was crying when his mother picked him up. The kids were playing outside when it started raining. We were arranging the chairs when the event started. She was looking for her keys when she found a letter. She was painting her room when she ran out of paint. He was cleaning his room when he found a lost photo. We were organizing the room when my mom came in. He was writing an email when the Wi-Fi disconnected. They were listening to music when the power went out. She was looking at photos when she found an old one. She was trying to sleep when her phone started ringing. We were decorating the house when a balloon popped. We were laughing at a joke when the teacher walked in. He was parking the car when he scratched the bumper. I was scrolling through my phone when I got a message. We were making dinner when the oven stopped working. They were running in the park when they saw a rainbow. She was folding laundry when she found a missing sock. They were studying for the test when the lights went out. I was texting my friend when the teacher called my name. We were enjoying the beach when it suddenly got cloudy. They were hiking in the mountains when it started raining. She was combing her hair when she found a gray strand. The baby was playing with toys when his mom called him. The dog was running in the park when it chased a squirrel. We were making a cake when we realized we had no eggs. She was organizing her closet when she found an old diary. She was knitting a sweater when her cat jumped on her lap. We were discussing the project when the manager came in. We were exploring the city when we discovered a hidden cafe. He was brushing his teeth when the water stopped running. The waiter was serving food when someone dropped a plate. She was writing in her diary when her mom entered the room. He was playing video games when his mother shouted at him. We were discussing our vacation plans when my phone rang. They were checking into the hotel when the fire alarm went off. They were dancing at the party when the DJ changed the song. He was mowing the lawn when the lawnmower stopped working. The teacher was explaining the lesson when the fire alarm rang. She was applying makeup when her friend knocked on the door. The children were laughing when their teacher entered the room. The children were eating ice cream when the dog stole their food. We were singing karaoke when the microphone stopped working. The team was practicing on the field when the coach blew the whistle. They were packing for a trip when they realized they forgot their tickets. The kids were jumping on the trampoline when their dad came outside. She was stretching before the race when she heard the announcement. Negative forms. He was not jogging when it started to rain. She was not riding her bicycle when she fell. He was not exercising when his phone rang. I was not petting my cat when it jumped away. I was not eating dinner when the doorbell rang. He was not sleeping when his alarm went off. I was not driving home when I saw an accident. I was not walking home when I met an old friend. I was not calling my friend when my battery died. I was not making coffee when the kettle whistled. I was not shopping when I ran into an old friend. I was not watching a movie when my phone rang. The baby was not sleeping when the phone rang. He was not tidying his desk when his friend visited. I was not reading a book when my sister called me. He was not fixing the car when his wife came home. I was not filling the form when the pen ran out of ink. They were not laughing when the teacher walked in. They were not eating dinner when their friend called. They were not playing soccer when it started to rain. She was not taking a shower when the doorbell rang. He was not drinking coffee when his boss called him. She was not cooking dinner when the guests arrived. I was not ironing my clothes when the power went off. I was not explaining the rules when my phone buzzed. We were not driving to work when we saw an accident. T was not choosing a dress when my friend texted me. I was not watching the sunset when my phone buzzed. She was not waiting for a taxi when it suddenly arrived. She was not watering the plants when it started raining. They were not singing a song when the lights went out. Was not talking to my friend when my dad interrupted. The dog was not barking when we arrived at the house. We were not waiting for the bus when it started to snow. She was not painting her room when she ran out of paint. She was not looking for her keys when she found a letter. The baby was not crying when his mother picked him up. We were not fixing the broken chair when Dad walked in. We were not arranging the chairs when the event started. We were not organizing the room when my mom came in. He was not trying to sleep when her phone started ringing. He was not writing an email when the Wi-Fi disconnected. He was not cleaning his room when he found a lost photo. She was not looking at photos when she found an old one. We were not having lunch when the waiter brought the bill. They were not listening to music when the power went out. They were not running in the park when they saw a rainbow. We were not laughing at a joke when the teacher walked in. She was not practicing the piano when the power went out. They were not studying for the test when the lights went out. They were not hiking in the mountains when it started raining. I was not texting my friend when the teacher called my name. She was not combing her hair when she found a gray strand. The baby was not playing with toys when his mom called him. The dog was not running in the park when it chased a squirrel. We were not making a cake when we realized we had no eggs. He was not brushing his teeth when the water stopped running. She was not knitting a sweater when her cat jumped on her lap. We were not discussing the project when the manager came in. The waiter was not serving food when someone dropped a plate. He was not playing video games when his mother shouted at him. She was not writing in her diary when her mom entered the room. We were not discussing our vacation plans when my phone rang. They were not checking into the hotel when the fire alarm went off. They were not dancing at the party when the DJ changed the song. The teacher was not explaining the lesson when the fire alarm rang. She was not applying makeup when her friend knocked on the door. The children were not laughing when their teacher entered the room. He was not mowing the lawn when the lawnmower stopped working. The children were not eating ice cream when the dog stole their food. We were not singing karaoke when the microphone stopped working. The team was not practicing on the field when the coach blew the whistle. The kids were not jumping on the trampoline when their dad came outside. She was not stretching before the race when she heard the announcement. The students were not solving math problems when the teacher gave a surprise quiz. Question forms. Was he jogging when it started to rain? Was she riding her bicycle when she fell? Was he exercising when his phone rang? Was I reading a book when you called me? Was he sleeping when his alarm went off? Was I eating dinner when the doorbell rang? Was I driving home when I saw an accident? Was I petting my cat when it jumped away? Was the baby sleeping when the phone rang? Was I shopping when I ran into an old friend? Was I calling my friend when my battery died? Was I walking home when I met an old friend? Was I watching a movie when my phone rang? Was I making coffee when the kettle whistled? Was he tidying his desk when his friend visited? Was he fixing the car when his wife came home? Were they eating dinner when their friend called? Were they playing soccer when it started to rain? Were they laughing when the teacher walked in? Was she taking a shower when the doorbell rang? Was I filling the form when the pen ran out of ink? Was he drinking coffee when his boss called him? Was she cooking dinner when the guests arrived? Was I ironing my clothes when the power went off? Were we driving to work when we saw an accident? Was the dog barking when we arrived at the house? Was I explaining the rules when my phone buzzed? Was I choosing a dress when my friend texted me? Was she waiting for a taxi when it suddenly arrived? Was she watering the plants when it started raining? Was I watching the sunset when my phone buzzed? Were we waiting for the bus when it started to snow? Was I talking to my friend when my dad interrupted? Were they singing a song when the lights went out? Were we fixing the broken chair when Dad walked in? Was she painting her room when she ran out of paint? Was she looking for her keys when she found a letter? Were we having lunch when the waiter brought the bill? Was she looking at photos when she found an old one? Was the baby crying when his mother picked him up? Were we arranging the chairs when the event started? Were we organizing the room when my mom came in? Were they hiking in the mountains when it started raining? Was he cleaning his room when he found a lost photo? Was she practicing the piano when the power went out? Were they listening to music when the power went out? Was he writing an email when the Wi-Fi disconnected? Were they running in the park when they saw a rainbow? Was she trying to sleep when her phone started ringing? Were they studying for the test when the lights went out? Were we laughing at a joke when the teacher walked in? Was she combing her hair when she found a grey strand? Was the baby playing with toys when his mom called him? Was the dog running in the park when it chased a squirrel? Was I texting my friend when the teacher called my name? Were we making a cake when we realized we had no eggs? Were we discussing the project when the manager came in? Was he brushing his teeth when the water stopped running? Was she knitting a sweater when her cat jumped on her lap? Was the waiter serving food when someone dropped a plate? Was she writing in her diary when her mom entered the room? Were we discussing our vacation plans when my phone rang? Was he playing video games when his mother shouted at him? Were they checking into the hotel when the fire alarm went off? Were they dancing at the party when the DJ changed the song? Was she applying makeup when her friend knocked on the door? Were the children eating ice cream when the dog stole their food? Were the children laughing when their teacher entered the room? Was he mowing the lawn when the lawnmower stopped working? Were we singing karaoke when the microphone stopped working? Was the team practicing on the field when the coach blew the whistle? Were the kids jumping on the trampoline when their dad came outside? Was she stretching before the race when she heard the announcement? Were the students solving math problems when the teacher gave a surprise quiz? Past continuous tense uses for background description in a story. Positive forms. The sky was turning pink as the sun was setting. The friends were chatting at the cafe while sipping coffee. The dog was wagging its tail while the boy was feeding it. The sun was shining as the birds were singing in the trees. The gardener was watering the plants as the sun was rising. The pianist was practicing while the conductor was listening. The sun was rising while the birds were flying across the sky. The artist was sketching a portrait while her friend was posing. The bus driver was honking as the passengers were boarding. The mechanic was fixing the car while the customer was waiting. The fisherman was waiting patiently while the water was rippling. The bride was smiling happily while the guests were applauding. The coach was giving instructions as the players were practicing. The wind was howling outside as we were sitting by the fireplace. The detective was solving the case as new clues were emerging. The train was moving slowly as passengers were waving goodbye. The dog was barking at the postman as he was delivering the mail. The farmer was feeding the cows while his son was playing nearby. The students were laughing at a joke while the teacher was smiling. The dogs were barking at the squirrel while it was climbing the tree. The scientist was looking through the microscope while taking notes. The child was laughing as she was chasing butterflies in the garden. The little boy was drawing on the wall while his mother was cooking. The soldiers were training hard while the commander was watching. The old woman was knitting a sweater as she was humming a song. The audience was waiting in silence while the curtains were opening. The orchestra was playing while the dancers were twirling gracefully. The writer was typing quickly as ideas were flowing through his mind. The librarian was organizing books while the students were studying. The birds were chirping outside as he was sipping his morning coffee. The pianist was playing beautifully as the audience listened in silence. The photographer was adjusting the lens while the model was posing. The restaurant staff was setting the tables while the chef was cooking. The artist was painting a beautiful sunset as the waves were crashing. The marathon runners were competing while the crowd was cheering. The children were playing in the park while their parents were chatting. The news reporter was broadcasting live as the event was happening. The dogs were playing in the backyard while the owner was gardening. The waves were crashing against the rocks as the lighthouse stood tall. The mother was rocking her baby to sleep as she was singing a lullaby. The city was glowing with lights as people were celebrating the festival. The baker was preparing fresh bread while the customers were waiting. The old couple was dancing together as their favorite song was playing. The swimmers were warming up as the competition was about to begin. The chef was plating the dish while the waiter was preparing to serve it. The chef was preparing a delicious meal while the guests were arriving. The students were reading quietly while the teacher was grading papers. The soldiers were marching through the town as the crowd was cheering. The little girl was skipping down the street while holding her father's hand. The kids were playing hide and seek while their grandmother was knitting. The soccer players were practicing while their coach was giving feedback. A cool breeze was blowing through the open window as she read her book. The fire was crackling in the fireplace while the family was sitting together. The photographer was capturing the moment while the bride was laughing. The actors were putting on their costumes while the audience was arriving. The tourists were taking pictures while the guide was explaining the history. The musician was tuning his guitar while the audience was waiting eagerly. The scientist was conducting an experiment while his team was observing. The market was bustling with activity as vendors were shouting their prices. The chef was tasting the soup while his assistant was chopping vegetables. The doctor was checking the patient while the nurse was noting the details. The nurse was comforting the patient as the doctor was checking his vitals. The little girl was painting a rainbow while her brother was playing with toys. The street performers were entertaining the crowd as people were clapping. The little girl was blowing bubbles as her brother was jumping in excitement. The cat was sleeping peacefully on the couch as the rain was falling outside. The kids were roasting marshmallows while their parents were telling stories. The baker was decorating the cake while the children were watching eagerly. The author was writing her new book as the candle was flickering beside her. The detective was observing the suspect while his assistant was taking notes. The actors were rehearsing their lines while the director was giving instructions. The teacher was explaining the lesson while the students were listening carefully. The waves were crashing against the boat as the sailors were adjusting the sails. The mother was combing her daughter's hair while the father was making breakfast. The pilot was announcing the landing while the passengers were fastening their seatbelts. Negative forms. The friends were not chatting while sipping coffee. The sun was not rising while the birds were not flying. The writer was not typing while ideas were not flowing. The sun was not shining, and the sky was not clearing. The sky was not turning pink as the sun was not setting. The mother was not rocking her baby as she was not singing. The child was not laughing as she was not chasing butterflies. The old couple was not dancing as their song was not playing. The dogs were not playing while the owner was not gardening. The soldiers were not marching as the crowd was not cheering. The fisherman was not waiting while the water was not rippling. The dog was not wagging its tail while the boy was not feeding it. The wind was not howling as we were not sitting by the fireplace. The train was not moving slowly as passengers were not waving. The orchestra was not playing while the dancers were not twirling. The students were not laughing while the teacher was not smiling. The city was not glowing with lights as people were not celebrating. The gardener was not watering the plants as the sun was not rising. The farmer was not feeding the cows while his son was not playing. The pianist was not practicing while the conductor was not listening. The detective was not solving the case as clues were not emerging. The old woman was not knitting a sweater as she was not humming. The birds were not chirping outside as he was not sipping his coffee. The author was not writing her book as the candle was not flickering. The artist was not painting a sunset as the waves were not crashing. The chef was not preparing a meal while the guests were not arriving. The teacher was not explaining while the students were not listening. The artist was not sketching a portrait while her friend was not posing. The little girl was not blowing bubbles as her brother was not jumping. The bus driver was not honking as the passengers were not boarding. The scientist was not looking through the microscope while taking notes. The soldiers were not training while the commander was not watching G. The swimmers were not warming up as the competition was not starting. The chef was not tasting the soup while his assistant was not chopping. The mechanic was not fixing the car while the customer was not waiting. The market was not bustling with activity as vendors were not shouting. The tourists were not taking pictures while the guide was not explaining. The bride was not smiling happily while the guests were not applauding. The students were not reading quietly while the teacher was not grading. The pianist was not playing beautifully as the audience was not listening. The cat was not sleeping peacefully while the rain was not falling outside. The coach was not giving instructions as the players were not practicing. The street performers were not entertaining as people were not clapping. The little girl was not painting a rainbow while her brother was not playing. The dogs were not barking at the squirrel while it was not climbing the tree. The dog was not barking at the postman as he was not delivering the mail. The musician was not tuning his guitar while the audience was not waiting. A cool breeze was not blowing through the window as she was not reading. The little boy was not drawing on the wall while his mother was not cooking. The little girl was not skipping down the street while holding her father's hand. The audience was not waiting in silence while the curtains were not opening. The librarian was not organizing books while the students were not studying. The marathon runners were not competing while the crowd was not cheering. The baker was not decorating the cake while the children were not watching. The news reporter was not broadcasting while the event was not happening. The restaurant staff was not setting the tables while the chef was not cooking. The photographer was not adjusting the lens while the model was not posing. The children were not playing in the park while their parents were not chatting. The chef was not plating the dish while the waiter was not preparing to serve it. The doctor was not checking the patient while the nurse was not noting details. The baker was not preparing fresh bread while the customers were not waiting. The soccer players were not practicing while their coach was not giving feedback. The kids were not playing hide and seek while their grandmother was not knitting. The waves were not crashing against the rocks as the lighthouse was not glowing. The fire was not crackling in the fireplace while the family was not sitting together. The actors were not putting on their costumes while the audience was not arriving. The photographer was not capturing the moment while the bride was not laughing. The nurse was not comforting the patient as the doctor was not checking his vitals. The scientist was not conducting an experiment while his team was not observing. The kids were not roasting marshmallows while their parents were not telling stories. The detective was not observing the suspect while his assistant was not taking notes. The actors were not rehearsing their lines while the director was not giving instructions. The waves were not crashing against the boat as the sailors were not adjusting the sails. The pilot was not announcing the landing while passengers were not fastening seatbelts. The mother was not combing her daughter's hair while the father was not making breakfast. Questions forms. Was it raining when they left the house? Was the boy skateboarding when he fell? Were they dancing when the music stopped? Was the sun shining when you went outside? Was she drinking coffee when she spilled it? Were the candles flickering as the wind blew? Was she smiling when she opened the letter? Was the baby playing with a toy when it broke? Was the dog chasing a squirrel when it got lost? Was the artist drawing when inspiration struck? Was she dancing when she twisted her ankle? Was she cooking dinner while he watched TV? Was the bus leaving the station as you arrived? Was she tying her shoes when the race began? Was the boy crying when his mother found him? Was she wearing a red dress when you met her? Was he opening a gift when the camera flashed? Was the clock ticking as you tried to concentrate? Were they sitting in silence when the news came? Was he drawing something when you called him? Was she watching a movie when the phone rang? Was she singing softly when the baby fell asleep? Was the radio playing a song when you walked in? Was he fishing by the lake when the storm started? Were the birds singing in the trees as the sun rose? Was the bus moving when the accident happened? Was she writing in her diary as she sipped her tea? Was she sewing a dress when the power went out? Was he sneaking out when his parents caught him? Was she baking cookies when her friend came over? Was the cat sitting on the windowsill as the rain fell? Was he reading a book when she entered the room? Was the candle burning when you entered the room? Were they chasing the thief when the police arrived? Were the children running in the park when they fell? Was she whistling while she walked down the street? Was the dog barking when the stranger approached? Was he driving too fast when the police stopped him? Was the car moving slowly when the engine stopped? Was the river flowing calmly as the fisherman waited? Was the driver talking on the phone when he crashed? Was she holding the baby when the doctor walked in? Was he practicing his speech when his phone buzzed? Was he waiting at the train station when you got there? Were they laughing loudly when the teacher walked in? Were the fans cheering loudly when their team scored? Was he looking at the stars when she called his name? Were they decorating the room when the guests arrived? Was she checking her emails when the boss called her? Was she practicing the piano while her brother studied? Was the man waiting at the door when you came home? Was the chef preparing the food when the guests came? Was the old man sitting on the bench when you arrived? Was she painting the house when she fell off the ladder? Were the kids playing in the yard when the dog ran away? Was the baby sleeping peacefully when the storm began? Were they arguing about something when you walked in? Was she daydreaming when the teacher called her name? Was the clock striking midnight when the ghost appeared? Were they whispering secrets when you walked past them? Were the workers fixing the road when the truck passed by? Was she waiting for someone when you saw her at the cafe? Was the town sleeping when the thieves broke into the bank? Was the waiter serving food when the customer complained? Was the wind blowing hard while they walked on the beach? Were the guests enjoying their meal when the lights went out? Were the children building a sandcastle when the tide came in? Was the mechanic repairing the car when the customer arrived? Was she looking at her phone when she bumped into someone? Were the flowers blooming beautifully when you visited the park? Was the teacher writing on the board when the fire alarm went off? Was the horse galloping across the field when it stopped suddenly? Were the waves crashing against the rocks as they stood by the shore? Was the detective investigating the case when new evidence appeared? Were the soldiers marching through the streets when the president arrived? Past continuous tense. Use 5 repeated actions with always expressing annoyance. Positive forms. He was always cutting in line. He was always repeating himself. He was always slamming the door. They were always talking over me. They were always losing their keys. He was always talking about himself. They were always spreading rumors. She was always arriving late to class. He was always drinking from my cup. He was always forgetting my birthday. She was always texting during dinner. She was always talking during movies. She was always criticizing my cooking. He was always repeating the same joke. She was always correcting my grammar. They were always asking me for money. He was always chewing loudly at dinner. He was always standing too close to me. They were always playing pranks on me. They were always arguing about politics. They were always laughing at my accent. My boss was always micromanaging me. He was always making a scene in public. He was always making sarcastic remarks. He was always teasing his younger sister. He was always showing up late to events. He was always telling exaggerated stories. He was always pretending not to hear me. She was always talking with her mouth full. My uncle was always showing up uninvited. My cat was always scratching the furniture. She was always commenting on my weight. They were always arriving late to meetings. He was always correcting my pronunciation. They were always talking loudly in the library. He was always leaving dirty dishes in the sink. She was always singing loudly in the morning. She was always texting during conversations. He was always making excuses for being lazy. She was always forgetting to turn off the stove. The birds were always waking me up at dawn. He was always humming loudly while working. They were always laughing at their own jokes. He was always making excuses for being late. He was always whistling at random moments. She was always leaving wet towels on the bed. He was always complaining about the weather. The waiter was always getting my order wrong. She was always using my expensive shampoo. My brother was always hogging the bathroom. She was always gossiping about her co-workers. He was always throwing his clothes on the bed. My friend was always showing up unexpectedly. My friends were always making last-minute plans. He was always eating my snacks without asking. The kids were always running around the house. My cousin was always interrupting family dinners. He was always interrupting me while I was talking. He was always forgetting where he parked the car. My co-worker was always making fun of my accent. He was always taking forever to reply to messages. The kids were always fighting over the TV remote. My boss was always calling me outside work hours. They were always calling me at inconvenient times. She was always leaving the lights on in every room. They were always making a mess in the living room. My friend was always taking my food without asking. She was always rolling her eyes at everything I said. My roommate was always forgetting to lock the door. My brother was always leaving his socks on the floor. My boss was always giving me impossible deadlines. The baby was always crying in the middle of the night. She was always changing her mind about everything. The dog was always barking in the middle of the night. She was always borrowing my clothes without asking. They were always laughing at inappropriate moments. My roommate was always ignoring the trash piling up. My uncle was always bringing up old family arguments. She was always making plans and then cancelling them. My neighbors were always playing loud music at night. My friend was always cancelling plans at the last minute. She was always making passive-aggressive comments. My co-worker was always blaming me for their mistakes. She was always borrowing my shoes and scuffing them. My friend was always sending me long voice messages. She was always changing the TV channel without asking. My sister was always using my laptop without permission. She was always borrowing my car and returning it empty. My co-worker was always stealing my lunch from the fridge. She was always leaving her makeup all over the bathroom. My co-worker was always bragging about his achievements. He was always tapping his pen on the table during meetings. My brother was always taking my phone without permission. My boss was always giving me extra work at the last minute. My roommate was always using my shampoo without asking. My neighbor was always using my Wi-Fi without permission. My colleague was always complaining about their workload. She was always borrowing my umbrella and never returning it. They were always calling me for help, but never returning the favor. My friend was always borrowing my things and never returning them. Negative forms. He was not always cutting in line. They were not always talking over me. He was not always repeating himself. He was not always slamming the door. They were not always losing their keys. He was not always drinking from my cup. They were not always spreading rumors. He was not always talking about himself. She was not always texting during dinner. She was not always talking during movies. She was not always arriving late to class. He was not always forgetting my birthday. She was not always criticizing my cooking. He was not always chewing loudly at dinner. They were not always asking me for money. She was not always correcting my grammar. He was not always repeating the same joke. He was not always making a scene in public. He was not always standing too close to me. He was not always making sarcastic remarks. They were not always laughing at my accent. He was not always teasing his younger sister. They were not always arguing about politics. They were not always playing pranks on me. My boss was not always micromanaging me. He was not always showing up late to events. He was not always pretending not to hear me. They were not always arriving late to meetings. He was not always telling exaggerated stories. My uncle was not always showing up uninvited. She was not always talking with her mouth full. My cat was not always scratching the furniture. She was not always commenting on my weight. He was not always correcting my pronunciation. She was not always texting during conversations. The waiter was not always getting my order wrong. She was not always using my expensive shampoo. She was not always leaving wet towels on the bed. The birds were not always waking me up at dawn. My brother was not always hogging the bathroom. He was not always humming loudly while working. He was not always making excuses for being late. They were not always laughing at their own jokes. He was not always whistling at random moments. She was not always singing loudly in the morning. They were not always talking loudly in the library. He was not always leaving dirty dishes in the sink. He was not always making excuses for being lazy. She was not always forgetting to turn off the stove. He was not always throwing his clothes on the bed. He was not always complaining about the weather. She was not always gossiping about her co-workers. The kids were not always running around the house. He was not always eating my snacks without asking. My friend was not always showing up unexpectedly. My friends were not always making last-minute plans. My cousin was not always interrupting family dinners. The kids were not always fighting over the TV remote. My coworker was not always making fun of my accent. He was not always forgetting where he parked the car. He was not always taking forever to reply to messages. My boss was not always calling me outside work hours. My friend was not always taking my food without asking. She was not always rolling her eyes at everything I said. They were not always calling me at inconvenient times. She was not always leaving the lights on in every room. They were not always making a mess in the living room. He was not always interrupting me while I was speaking. My roommate was not always forgetting to lock the door. My brother was not always leaving his socks on the floor. My boss was not always giving me impossible deadlines. She was not always changing her mind about everything. My roommate was not always ignoring the trash piling up. The baby was not always crying in the middle of the night. She was not always borrowing my clothes without asking. They were not always laughing at inappropriate moments. My neighbors were not always playing loud music at night. The dog was not always barking in the middle of the night. My coworker was not always blaming me for their mistakes. She was not always making plans and then canceling them. My uncle was not always bringing up old family arguments. She was not always making passive-aggressive comments. My friend was not always canceling plans at the last minute. She was not always borrowing my shoes and scuffing them. My friend was not always sending me long voice messages. My sister was not always using my laptop without permission. She was not always changing the TV channel without asking. She was not always borrowing my car and returning it empty. She was not always leaving her makeup all over the bathroom. My coworker was not always bragging about his achievements. My coworker was not always stealing my lunch from the fridge. My neighbor was not always using my Wi-Fi without permission. My brother was not always taking my phone without permission. My boss was not always giving me extra work at the last minute. My roommate was not always using my shampoo without asking. He was not always tapping his pen on the table during meetings. My colleague was not always complaining about their workload. She was not always borrowing my umbrella and never returning it. They were not always calling me for help, but never returning the favor. My friend was not always borrowing my things and never returning them. Question sentence. Was he always cutting in line? Was he always repeating himself? Were they always talking over you? Was he always slamming the door? Were they always losing their keys? Were they always spreading rumors? Was he always talking about himself? Was she always talking during movies? Was she always texting during dinner? Was she always arriving late to class? Was he always drinking from your cup? Was he always repeating the same joke? Were they always asking you for money? Was he always forgetting your birthday? Was she always criticizing your cooking? Was he always chewing loudly at dinner? Was he always making a scene in public? Were they always arguing about politics? Was he always standing too close to you? Were they always playing pranks on you? Was he always showing up late to events? Was he always teasing his younger sister? Was he always making sarcastic remarks? Was he always telling exaggerated stories? Was he always pretending not to hear you? Was your boss always micromanaging you? Were they always laughing at your accent? Was she always correcting your grammar? Was she always talking with her mouth full? Were they always arriving late to meetings? Were they always talking loudly in the library? Was she always commenting on your weight? Was your cat always scratching the furniture? Was he always making excuses for being lazy? Was she always singing loudly in the morning? Was he always leaving dirty dishes in the sink? Was he always correcting your pronunciation? Was your uncle always showing up uninvited? Were they always laughing at their own jokes? Was he always whistling at random moments? Was he always making excuses for being late? Was he always throwing his clothes on the bed? Were the birds always waking you up at dawn? Was he always humming loudly while working? Was she always leaving wet towels on the bed? Was she always texting during conversations? Was he always complaining about the weather? Was she always gossiping about her co-workers? Were the kids always running around the house? Was she always forgetting to turn off the stove? Was she always using your expensive shampoo? Was your brother always hogging the bathroom? Was the waiter always getting your order wrong? Were the kids always fighting over the TV remote? Was your friend always showing up unexpectedly? Was he always eating your snacks without asking? Were they always calling you at inconvenient times? Was he always forgetting where he parked the car? Were your friends always making last-minute plans? Was your cousin always interrupting family dinners? Was he always taking forever to reply to messages? Were they always making a mess in the living room? Was she always leaving the lights on in every room? Was she always changing her mind about everything? Was your co-worker always making fun of your accent? Was your boss always calling you outside work hours? Was your boss always giving you impossible deadlines? Was your brother always leaving his socks on the floor? Was the dog always barking in the middle of the night? Were they always laughing at inappropriate moments? Was the baby always crying in the middle of the night? Was your roommate always forgetting to lock the door? Was she always borrowing your clothes without asking? Was your roommate always ignoring the trash piling up? Was your friend always taking your food without asking? Was she always rolling her eyes at everything you said? Was she always making plans and then canceling them? Was she always making passive-aggressive comments? Was your uncle always bringing up old family arguments? Were your neighbors always playing loud music at night? Was he always interrupting you while you were speaking? Was your coworker always blaming you for their mistakes? Was she always leaving her makeup all over the bathroom? Was she always borrowing your car and returning it empty? Was your friend always canceling plans at the last minute? Was she always borrowing your shoes and scuffing them? Was she always changing the TV channel without asking? Past perfect tense. Explanation, uses and common mistakes. 1. What is the past perfect tense? The past perfect tense is used to describe an action that happened before another action in the past. It helps show the sequence of two past events. 2. How to form the past perfect tense. Positive sentences. Subject plus had plus past participle. Examples. I had finished my homework before dinner. She had already left when I arrived. Negative sentences. Subject plus had not hadn't plus past participle. They had not hadn't seen that movie before. He had not hadn't eaten all day. Questions. Had plus subject plus past participle. Examples: had you finished your work before 10 p.m.? Had she met him before the party? 3. When to use the past perfect tense. A. An action that happened before another past action. Used to show that one action happened before another in the past. Examples: I had eaten dinner before they arrived. She had already left when I called her. B. An action that happened before a specific time in the past. Used when mentioning a time reference. Examples: by 8 p.m. they had finished their homework. Before 2010, she had never traveled abroad. C. To show cause and effect in the past. Used when one past action caused another past action. Examples: he was tired because he had worked all day. She failed the test because she had not studied. D. Reported speech, indirect speech. Used to report what someone said in the past. Examples: she said she had never been to Paris. He told me that they had finished the project. E. Unreal or hypothetical situations. Third conditional. Used in conditional sentences to describe something that didn't happen in the past. Examples: if I had studied, I would have passed the exam. If she had left earlier, she wouldn't have missed the flight. 4. Common mistakes and how to fix them. A. Using the simple past instead of the past perfect. When I arrived, she left. When I arrived, she had left. Fix. Use the past perfect to show which action happened first. B. Using had twice. She had had a dog before she moved. She had owned a dog before she moved. Fix, though had is grammatically correct. Using a different verb like owned makes the sentence clearer. C. Forgetting the past participle. He had go to school before me. He had gone to school before me. Fix. Use the past participle gone, seen, eaten after had. D. Using the past perfect without a second past event. She had finished her work. She had finished her work before they called her. Fix. The past perfect is usually used with another past event. 5. Common time expressions used with the past perfect. Before I had finished eating before they arrived. After she had left, we locked the door. By the time we arrived, the show had started. Already she had already left when we called. He had never seen snow before. They had just finished when the teacher walked in. 6. Summary table. Use. Example. Action before another past action. She had left before I arrived. Action before a specific time. By 10 p.m. they had gone home. Cause and effect. He was tired because he had worked all day. Reported speech. She said she had never been to London. Unreal past situations. Third conditional. If I had studied, I would have passed. Past perfect tense. Use 1. An action that happened before another past action. Examples. Positive forms. He had cooked dinner when I came home. She had gone to bed before I came home. We had visited the park before it rained. She had gone for a walk before it rained. She had called me before I left the house. We had already left when the rain started. He had called me before I left the office. She had studied hard before the exam began. I had painted the walls before we moved in. I had opened the package before you called. I had seen the movie before I read the book. He had taken a shower before he went to bed. I had written the email before she responded. They had visited the museum before it closed. He had cleaned the garage before we moved in. We had visited the site before it was closed. She had left the office before the rain began. They had played the game before we watched it. We had seen the movie before it won the award. He had received the email before he responded. I had heard the song before it became popular. He had studied French before he moved to Paris. I had studied for hours before I took the exam. I had heard the news before I read the article. I had finished my coffee before I left for work. He had taken his medicine before he went to bed. I had sent the invitation before they responded. She had finished her homework when I called her. I had learned the lesson before I took the test. He had stopped the car before the light changed. They had gone to the gym before the class began. I had checked the time before the train arrived. We had waited for hours before the train arrived. They had written a letter before they emailed it. She had cleaned the kitchen before we had dinner. I had spoken to the teacher before class started. I had finished my work before the meeting started. I had saved my work before the computer shut down. I had met the manager before I joined the company. We had traveled to London before we went to Paris. She had met the CEO before she joined the company. They had eaten lunch before they went to the park. She had started cooking before the guests arrived. She had asked the question before anyone else did. I had cooked dinner when they arrived at my house. They had traveled to Paris before I visited France. I had cooked dinner by the time my friends arrived. He had finished his coffee before he left the cafe. I had organized the files before the meeting began. She had learned to drive before she bought the car. They had arrived at the hotel before we checked in. We had finished our work before the others arrived. We had already eaten by the time the guests arrived. We had planned the event before we booked the venue. I had read the report before I gave my presentation. I had walked to the store before it started raining. We had cleaned the house before the guests came over. He had joined the team before the first game started. We had prepared everything before the guests arrived. They had packed their bags before the plane took off. She had finished the project before she submitted it. They had booked the tickets before the price went up. I had finished the report before the meeting started. I had shared the document before the meeting started. They had made plans before they arrived at the event. He had finished his work before the deadline arrived. I had made the decision before they asked me about it. She had prepared the report before the meeting started. She had painted the picture before the art show opened. They had completed the renovation before they moved in. They had eaten breakfast before they left for the trip. We had checked the weather before we left for the hike. They had cleaned the office before the clients arrived. They had rehearsed the play before the audience arrived. They had written the script before the director arrived. We had planned our vacation before the prices increased. She had been to that restaurant before we decided to go. He had made the presentation before the meeting started. I had called the technician before the problem got worse. I had called the restaurant before we arrived for dinner. We had arrived at the restaurant before the rush started. She had finished reading the book when the movie came out. He had visited the doctor before the health scare happened. She had answered all the questions before the time ran out. He had completed the assignment before the deadline passed. We had spoken to the manager before the issue was resolved. She had seen the report before it was shared with the team. They had completed their task before the supervisor arrived. I had read the instructions before I assembled the furniture. They had finished their homework when their parents came home. She had learned the dance moves before the performance started. We had made our reservations before the restaurant became full. They had arrived at the airport before the flight was cancelled. We had already completed the task when our boss asked about it. They had made their decision before we asked for their opinion. He had already completed the project when the boss asked for it. I had read the article before the teacher discussed it in class. He had already known about the surprise party before I told him. He had worked at the company for 5 years when he got promoted. We had already planned the event before the venue became available. Negative forms. He had not cooked dinner when I came home. She had not gone to bed before I came home. We had not visited the park before it rained. She had not gone for a walk before it rained. She had not called me before I left the house. We had not already left when the rain started. He had not called me before I left the office. She had not studied hard before the exam began. I had not painted the walls before we moved in. I had not opened the package before you called. I had not seen the movie before I read the book. He had not taken a shower before he went to bed. I had not written the email before she responded. They had not visited the museum before it closed. He had not cleaned the garage before we moved in. We had not visited the site before it was closed. She had not left the office before the rain began. They had not played the game before we watched it. We had not seen the movie before it won the award. He had not received the email before he responded. I had not heard the song before it became popular. He had not studied French before he moved to Paris. I had not studied for hours before I took the exam. I had not heard the news before I read the article. I had not finished my coffee before I left for work. He had not taken his medicine before he went to bed. I had not sent the invitation before they responded. She had not finished her homework when I called her. I had not learned the lesson before I took the test. He had not stopped the car before the light changed. They had not gone to the gym before the class began. I had not checked the time before the train arrived. We had not waited for hours before the train arrived. They had not written a letter before they emailed it. She had not cleaned the kitchen before we had dinner. I had not spoken to the teacher before class started. I had not finished my work before the meeting started. I had not saved my work before the computer shut down. I had not met the manager before I joined the company. We had not traveled to London before we went to Paris. She had not met the CEO before she joined the company. They had not eaten lunch before they went to the park. She had not started cooking before the guests arrived. She had not asked the question before anyone else did. I had not cooked dinner when they arrived at my house. They had not traveled to Paris before I visited France. I had not cooked dinner by the time my friends arrived. He had not finished his coffee before he left the cafe. I had not organized the files before the meeting began. She had not learned to drive before she bought the car. They had not arrived at the hotel before we checked in. We had not finished our work before the others arrived. We had not already eaten by the time the guests arrived. We had not planned the event before we booked the venue. I had not read the report before I gave my presentation. I had not walked to the store before it started raining. We had not cleaned the house before the guests came over. He had not joined the team before the first game started. We had not prepared everything before the guests arrived. They had not packed their bags before the plane took off. She had not finished the project before she submitted it. They had not booked the tickets before the price went up. I had not finished the report before the meeting started. I had not shared the document before the meeting started. They had not made plans before they arrived at the event. He had not finished his work before the deadline arrived. I had not made the decision before they asked me about it. She had not prepared the report before the meeting started. She had not painted the picture before the art show opened. They had not completed the renovation before they moved in. They had not eaten breakfast before they left for the trip. We had not checked the weather before we left for the hike. They had not cleaned the office before the clients arrived. They had not rehearsed the play before the audience arrived. They had not written the script before the director arrived. We had not planned our vacation before the prices increased. She had not been to that restaurant before we decided to go. He had not made the presentation before the meeting started. I had not called the technician before the problem got worse. I had not called the restaurant before we arrived for dinner. We had not arrived at the restaurant before the rush started. She had not finished reading the book when the movie came out. He had not visited the doctor before the health scare happened. She had not answered all the questions before the time ran out. He had not completed the assignment before the deadline passed. We had not spoken to the manager before the issue was resolved. She had not seen the report before it was shared with the team. They had not completed their task before the supervisor arrived. I had not read the instructions before I assembled the furniture. They had not finished their homework when their parents came home. She had not learned the dance moves before the performance started. We had not made our reservations before the restaurant became full. They had not arrived at the airport before the flight was cancelled. We had not already completed the task when our boss asked about it. They had not made their decision before we asked for their opinion. He had not already completed the project when the boss asked for it. I had not read the article before the teacher discussed it in class. He had not already known about the surprise party before I told him. He had not worked at the company for 5 years when he got promoted. We had not already planned the event before the venue became available. Question forms. Had he cooked dinner when I came home? Had she gone to bed before I came home? Had we visited the park before it rained? Had she gone for a walk before it rained? Had she called me before I left the house? Had we already left when the rain started? Had he called me before I left the office? Had she studied hard before the exam began? Had I painted the walls before we moved in? Had I opened the package before you called? Had I seen the movie before I read the book? Had he taken a shower before he went to bed? Had I written the email before she responded? Had they visited the museum before it closed? Had he cleaned the garage before we moved in? Had we visited the site before it was closed? Had she left the office before the rain began? Had they played the game before we watched it? Had we seen the movie before it won the award? Had he received the email before he Had I heard the song before it became popular? Had he studied French before he moved to Paris? Had I studied for hours before I took the exam? Had I heard the news before I read the article? Had I finished my coffee before I left for work? Had he taken his medicine before he went to bed? Had I sent the invitation before they responded? Had she finished her homework when I called her? Had I learned the lesson before I took the test? Had he stopped the car before the light changed? Had they gone to the gym before the class began? Had I checked the time before the train arrived? Had we waited for hours before the train arrived? Had they written a letter before they emailed it? Had she cleaned the kitchen before we had dinner? Had I spoken to the teacher before class started? Had I finished my work before the meeting started? Had I saved my work before the computer shut down? Had I met the manager before I joined the company? Had we traveled to London before we went to Paris? Had she met the CEO before she joined the company? Had they eaten lunch before they went to the park? Had she started cooking before the guests arrived? Had she asked the question before anyone else did? Had I cooked dinner when they arrived at my house? Had they traveled to Paris before I visited France? Had I cooked dinner by the time my friends arrived at my house? Had he finished his coffee before he left the cafe? Had I organized the files before the meeting began? Had she learned to drive before she bought the car? Had they arrived at the hotel before we checked in? Had we finished our work before the others arrived? Had we already eaten by the time the guests arrived? Had we planned the event before we booked the venue? Had I read the report before I gave my presentation? Had I walked to the store before it started raining? Had we cleaned the house before the guests came over? Had he joined the team before the first game started? Had we prepared everything before the guests arrived? Had they packed their bags before the plane took off? Had she finished the project before she submitted it? Had they booked the tickets before the price went up? Had I finished the report before the meeting started? Had I shared the document before the meeting started? Had they made plans before they arrived at the event? Had he finished his work before the deadline arrived? Had I made the decision before they asked me about it? Had she prepared the report before the meeting started? Had she painted the picture before the art show opened? Had they completed the renovation before they moved in? Had they eaten breakfast before they left for the trip? Had we checked the weather before we left for the hike? Had they cleaned the office before the clients arrived? Had they rehearsed the play before the audience arrived? Had they written the script before the director arrived? Had we planned our vacation before the prices increased? Had she been to that restaurant before we decided to go? Had he made the presentation before the meeting started? Had I called the technician before the problem got worse? Had I called the restaurant before we arrived for dinner? Had we arrived at the restaurant before the rush started? Had she finished reading the book when the movie came out? Had he visited the doctor before the health scare happened? Had she answered all the questions before the time ran out? Had he completed the assignment before the deadline passed? Had we spoken to the manager before the issue was resolved? Had she seen the report before it was shared with the team? Had they completed their task before the supervisor arrived? Had I read the instructions before I assembled the furniture? Had they finished their homework when their parents came home? Had she learned the dance moves before the performance started? Had we made our reservations before the restaurant became full? Had they arrived at the airport before the flight was cancelled? Had we already completed the task when our boss asked about it? Had they made their decision before we asked for their opinion? Had he already completed the project when the boss asked for it? Had I read the article before the teacher discussed it in class? Had he already known about the surprise party before I told him? Had he worked at the company for 5 years when he got promoted? Had we already planned the event before the venue became available? Past perfect tense. Use to. An action that happened before a specific time in the past. Examples. Positive forms. She had cooked dinner when I got home. They had gone to bed before I got home. We had studied for weeks before the exam. I had visited Paris before I went to Rome. We had eaten lunch before the event began. They had built the house before I moved in. She had read the report before the meeting. She had sent the email before I called her. By the time I called her, she had gone home. I had already packed my bag when she called. They had decided to leave before we arrived. I had written the letter before I mailed it. I had finished my lunch before they arrived. I had heard the news before it was confirmed. He had read the book before it became popular. He had taken his medicine before going to bed. We had completed the task before the deadline. He had left his job before he found a new one. We had already eaten when they came to join us. By the time we arrived, the movie had finished. I had met her brother before she introduced us. She had prepared everything before I got there. He had studied for hours before the exam began. She had never seen the ocean before that summer. I had learned the lesson before I took the test. He had completed his project before the deadline. She had left the airport before the rain started. They had written the song before it became a hit. They had planned the event before we were invited. I had seen the movie twice before I read the book. I had seen him at the event before I spoke to him. She had left the office before the meeting started. They had left the office before the power went out. She had made the decision before I gave my opinion. They had sold the house by the time we looked at it. She had cleaned the house before the guests arrived. We had seen the movie before it was released on DVD. By the time I opened the door, she had already left. We had practiced the routine before the performance. He had already moved to a new city before I visited. He had prepared everything before the guests arrived. By the time I arrived, the meeting had already ended. I had heard about the concert before I saw the poster. By the time we finished eating, they had already left. I had never visited that city before my trip last year. By the time I woke up, they had already left the house. He had finished the project before the meeting started. By the time we reached the park, it had already closed. They had cancelled the event before I could buy tickets. I had decided to go home before I got a call from them. We had finished our homework before the teacher came in. By the time we went for a walk, the sun had already set. They had fixed the car before I arrived at the mechanic. By the time we got to the beach, the sun had already set. He had told me about the surprise party before I arrived. By the time I arrived, they had cleaned the entire house. I had heard that song on the radio before it was popular. By the time the sun set, they had already left the beach. He had fixed the problem before the team even noticed it. I had finished the report by the time the meeting started. I had already bought the tickets before they went on sale. By the time I checked the weather, it had already changed. He had finished his homework before he played video games. By the time I arrived at the store, it had already closed. I had heard about the accident before I saw it on the news. By the time the rain started, we had already left the park. He had visited the museum before he went to the art gallery. I had learned the lesson before the teacher asked questions. She had made the reservation before I called the restaurant. By the time I called her, she had already finished her work. She had studied English for years before she moved to London. She had learned the dance moves before the rehearsal started. They had moved to their new house before the new year started. They had completed the renovations before the clients arrived. By the time I met her, she had already graduated from college. She had worked at that company for 10 years before she retired. By the time I arrived at the station, the bus had already left. By the time I reached the shop, they had already sold the item. I had completed the assignment before the teacher asked for it. We had traveled to several countries before we moved back home. They had already moved to a new city by the time I visited them. By the time we got to the stadium, the game had already started. I had never heard that song before I listened to it on the radio. By the time they reached the station, the train had already left. By the time we arrived at the hotel, they had already checked in. By the time I arrived at the party, they had already eaten dinner. By the time I got to the restaurant, they had finished their meal. By the time I reached the office, the meeting had already started. She had signed the contract before they offered her the promotion. By the time we arrived at the beach, the tide had already come in. By the time the concert started, we had already bought our tickets. By the time the party started, they had decorated the entire house. By the time the movie started, we had already watched the previews. By the time we reached the airport, our flight had already departed. He had worked in that company for 5 years before he got promoted. I had been to that restaurant before I recommended it to my friends. By the time we arrived at the station, the train had already departed. By the time we got to the park, they had already finished their picnic. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, we had already ordered our food. By the time we arrived at the airport, our flight had already been cancelled. Negative forms. She had not cooked dinner when I got home. They had not gone to bed before I got home. We had not studied for weeks before the exam. I had not visited Paris before I went to Rome. We had not eaten lunch before the event began. They had not built the house before I moved in. She had not read the report before the meeting. She had not sent the email before I called her. By the time I called her, she had not gone home. I had not packed my bag when she called. They had not decided to leave before we arrived. I had not written the letter before I mailed it. I had not finished my lunch before they arrived. I had not heard the news before it was confirmed. He had not read the book before it became popular. He had not taken his medicine before going to bed. We had not completed the task before the deadline. He had not left his job before he found a new one. We had not eaten when they came to join us. By the time we arrived, the movie had not finished. I had not met her brother before she introduced us. She had not prepared everything before I got there. He had not studied for hours before the exam began. She had never seen the ocean before that summer. I had not learned the lesson before I took the test. He had not completed his project before the deadline. She had not left the airport before the rain started. They had not written the song before it became a hit. They had not planned the event before we were invited. I had not seen the movie twice before I read the book. I had not seen him at the event before I spoke to him. She had not left the office before the meeting started. They had not left the office before the power went out. She had not made the decision before I gave my opinion. They had not sold the house by the time we looked at it. She had not cleaned the house before the guests arrived. We had not seen the movie before it was released on DVD. By the time I opened the door, she had not already left. We had not practiced the routine before the performance. He had not already moved to a new city before I visited. He had not prepared everything before the guests arrived. By the time I arrived, the meeting had not already ended. I had not heard about the concert before I saw the poster. By the time we finished eating, they had not already left. I had never visited that city before my trip last year. By the time I woke up, they had not already left the house. He had not finished the project before the meeting started. By the time we reached the park, it had not already closed. They had not cancelled the event before I could buy tickets. I had not decided to go home before I got a call from them. We had not finished our homework before the teacher came in. By the time we went for a walk, the sun had not already set. They had not fixed the car before I arrived at the mechanic. By the time we got to the beach, the sun had not already set. He had not told me about the surprise party before I arrived. By the time I arrived, they had not cleaned the entire house. I had not heard that song on the radio before it was popular. By the time the sun set, they had not already left the beach. He had not fixed the problem before the team even noticed it. I had not finished the report by the time the meeting started. I had not already bought the tickets before they went on sale. By the time I checked the weather, it had not already changed. He had not finished his homework before he played video games. By the time I arrived at the store, it had not already closed. I had not heard about the accident before I saw it on the news. By the time the rain started, we had not already left the park. He had not visited the museum before he went to the art gallery. I had not learned the lesson before the teacher asked questions. She had not made the reservation before I called the restaurant. By the time I called her, she had not already finished her work. She had not studied English for years before she moved to London. She had not learned the dance moves before the rehearsal started. They had not moved to their new house before the new year started. They had not completed the renovations before the clients arrived. By the time I met her, she had not already graduated from college. She had not worked at that company for 10 years before she retired. By the time I arrived at the station, the bus had not already left. By the time I reached the shop, they had not already sold the item. I had not completed the assignment before the teacher asked for it. We had not traveled to several countries before we moved back home. They had not already moved to a new city by the time I visited them. By the time we got to the stadium, the game had not already started. I had never heard that song before I listened to it on the radio. BY. The time they reached the station, the train had not already left. By the time we arrived at the hotel, they had not already checked in. By the time I arrived at the party, they had not already eaten dinner. By the time I got to the restaurant, they had not finished their meal. By the time I reached the office, the meeting had not already started. She had not signed the contract before they offered her the promotion. By the time we arrived at the beach, the tide had not already come in. By the time the concert started, we had not already bought our tickets. By the time the party started, they had not decorated the entire house. By the time the movie started, we had not already watched the previews. By the time we reached the airport, our flight had not already departed. He had not worked in that company for 5 years before he got promoted. I had not been to that restaurant before I recommended it to my friends. By the time we arrived at the station, the train had not already departed. By the time we got to the park, they had not already finished their picnic. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, we had not already ordered our food. By the time we arrived at the airport, our flight had not already been cancelled. Question forms. Had she cooked dinner when I got home? Had they gone to bed before I got home? Had we studied for weeks before the exam? Had I visited Paris before I went to Rome? Had we eaten lunch before the event began? Had they built the house before I moved in? Had she read the report before the meeting? Had she sent the email before I called her? By the time I called her, had she gone home? Had I packed my bag when she called? Had they decided to leave before we arrived? Had I written the letter before I mailed it? Had I finished my lunch before they arrived? Had I heard the news before it was confirmed? Had he read the book before it became popular? Had he taken his medicine before going to bed? Had we completed the task before the deadline? Had he left his job before he found a new one? Had we eaten when they came to join us? By the time we arrived, had the movie finished? Had I met her brother before she introduced us? Had she prepared everything before I got there? Had he studied for hours before the exam began? Had she ever seen the ocean before that summer? Had I learned the lesson before I took the test? Had he completed his project before the deadline? Had she left the airport before the rain started? Had they written the song before it became a hit? Had they planned the event before we were invited? Had I seen the movie twice before I read the book? Had I seen him at the event before I spoke to him? Had she left the office before the meeting started? Had they left the office before the power went out? Had she made the decision before I gave my opinion? Had they sold the house by the time we looked at it? Had she cleaned the house before the guests arrived? Had we seen the movie before it was released on DVD? By the time I opened the door, had she already left? Had we practiced the routine before the performance? Had he already moved to a new city before I visited? Had he prepared everything before the guests arrived? By the time I arrived, had the meeting already ended? Had I heard about the concert before I saw the poster? By the time we finished eating, had they already left? Had I ever visited that city before my trip last year? By the time I woke up, had they already left the house? Had he finished the project before the meeting started? By the time we reached the park, had it already closed? Had they cancelled the event before I could buy tickets? Had I decided to go home before I got a call from them? Had we finished our homework before the teacher came in? By the time we went for a walk, had the sun already set? Had they fixed the car before I arrived at the mechanic? By the time we got to the beach, had the sun already set? Had he told me about the surprise party before I arrived? By the time I arrived, had they cleaned the entire house? Had I heard that song on the radio before it was popular? By the time the sun set, had they already left the beach? Had he fixed the problem before the team even noticed it? Had I finished the report by the time the meeting started? Had I already bought the tickets before they went on sale? By the time I checked the weather, had it already changed? Had he finished his homework before he played video games? By the time I arrived at the store, had it already closed? Had I heard about the accident before I saw it on the news? By the time the rain started, had we already left the park? Had he visited the museum before he went to the art gallery? Had I learned the lesson before the teacher asked questions? Had she made the reservation before I called the restaurant? By the time I called her, had she already finished her work? Had she studied English for years before she moved to London? Had she learned the dance moves before the rehearsal started? Had they moved to their new house before the new year started? Had they completed the renovations before the clients arrived? By the time I met her, had she already graduated from college? Had she worked at that company for 10 years before she retired? By the time I arrived at the station, had the bus already left? By the time I reached the shop, had they already sold the item? Had I completed the assignment before the teacher asked for it? Had we traveled to several countries before we moved back home? Had they already moved to a new city by the time I visited them? By the time we got to the stadium, had the game already started? Had I ever heard that song before I listened to it on the radio? By the time they reached the station, had the train already left? By the time we arrived at the restaurant, had they already checked in? By the time I arrived at the party, had they already eaten dinner? By the time I got to the restaurant, had they finished their meal? By the time I reached the office, had the meeting already started? Had she signed the contract before they offered her the promotion? By the time we arrived at the beach, had the tide already come in? By the time the concert started, had we already bought our tickets? By the time the party started, had they decorated the entire house? By the time the movie started, had we already watched the previews? By the time we reached the airport, had our flight already departed? Had he worked in that company for 5 years before he got promoted? Had I been to that restaurant before I recommended it to my friends? By the time we arrived at the station, had the train already departed? By the time we got to the park, had they already finished their picnic? By the time they arrived at the restaurant, had we ordered our food? By the time we arrived at the airport, had our flight already been cancelled? Perfect tense. Use 3 to show cause and effect in the past examples. Positive forms. He had already eaten, so he wasn't hungry. He had apologized, but she was still upset. By the time I arrived, they had already left. We had planned to meet, but she had forgotten. She had prepared for the test, so she did well. She had worked hard, so she deserved the award. We had taken a break, so we felt more energized. They had built the house, so they could move in. He had eaten too much, so he felt sick afterward. I had finished my work, so I went out for a walk. I had exercised for an hour, so I felt energized. She had finished her shift, so she could go home. He had been working all day, so he was exhausted. I had read the instructions, so I knew what to do. We had gone to bed early, so we woke up refreshed. I'd already packed, so I didn't forget anything. He had written the email, but he forgot to send it. By the time the storm started, we had already left. They had invested in stocks, so they made a profit. She had organized the meeting, so it went smoothly. They had left the office by the time the storm hit. He had already cleaned the house so we could relax. She had lost her phone, so she couldn't call anyone. I had read the book, so I could discuss it in class. She had studied for the exam, so she wasn't nervous. He had repaired the car so we could go on our trip. He had fixed the car so we could drive to the beach. She had made the decision, so they followed her lead. By the time I arrived, the meeting had already ended. She had finished the report so she could leave early. He had learned the language, so he found a job easily. They had gone on vacation, so they missed the meeting. He had finished his homework early so he could relax. He had already heard the news, so he wasn't surprised. By the time I called her, she had already gone to bed. We had already eaten, so we didn't need any more food. She had lost her wallet, so she couldn't buy anything. He had read the newspaper, so he knew about the event. They had traveled abroad, so they knew what to expect. I had already ordered food, so we didn't need to cook. She had lost her job, so she had to look for a new one. They had eaten lunch, so they weren't hungry at dinner. He had finished his work, so he took the afternoon off. He had trained for months, which is why he won the race. He had missed the bus, so he was late for the interview. They had met before, which made the conversation easier. He had taken his medicine, so he started to feel better. We had studied hard, so we were confident about the exam. She had broken the vase, and that's why she was grounded. She had tried several times, so she eventually succeeded. They had planned everything, so the event went perfectly. They had been studying for hours, so they needed a break. He had forgotten his keys, so he couldn't enter the house. They had already started the meeting, so we couldn't join. She had lost her keys, so she couldn't enter her apartment. She had forgotten her umbrella, so she got wet in the rain. They had built the new bridge, which improved traffic flow. They had cleaned the house, so the party was ready to begin. They had already planned the event, so everything was ready. They had left the office early so they could avoid traffic. We had rehearsed for weeks, so the performance went smoothly. He had cleaned the kitchen, which made the house smell fresh. I had arrived before the event started, so I got a good seat. She had studied abroad, so she could speak several languages. He had already made plans, so he couldn't attend the meeting. She had written a report, so she could submit it to her boss. They had practiced for months, so they performed excellently. By the time we got to the station, the train had already left. We had made the reservation, so we had a table waiting for us. She had read the book, so she could discuss it with the class. She had never traveled abroad, so she was excited for the trip. By the time we got to the store, they had sold out of the item. They had studied all night, and that's why they passed the test. We had already watched the movie, so we didn't go to the cinema. He had learned from his mistakes, so he succeeded the next time. She had saved a lot of money, which allowed her to buy a new car. He had studied architecture, so he became a successful architect. They had planned a surprise party, but she already knew about it. He had studied programming, so he could get a job as a developer. He had cleaned the garage, so he was able to park the car inside. They had completed the project, so they celebrated their success. We had already sent the invitation, so they knew about the party. She had already made the reservation, so we didn't need to do it. We had arrived at the airport early, so we didn't miss the flight. They had built a new school, which improved education in the area. By the time we arrived, they had already started the presentation. She had already packed her bags, so she was ready to go on the trip. I had already bought the tickets, so we didn't need to stand in line. They had left the party early, so they didn't see the surprise guest. She had worked for years in the company, so they gave her a promotion. They had already finished the presentation, so we didn't have to wait. They had cancelled the flight, so we had to find another way to travel. They had closed the restaurant early, which disappointed the customers. He had spent hours working on the project, so it was completed on time. By the time we got to the concert, the band had already started playing. I had been to that restaurant before, so I recommended it to my friends. They had moved to a new city, and that's why they were late to the meeting. They had moved into the new office, which made the work environment better. She had already taken the test, so she knew the results before anyone else. We had already discussed the topic, so we didn't need to talk about it again. Negative forms. He had not eaten yet, so he was still hungry. He had not apologized, so she was still upset. By the time I arrived, they had not left yet. We had not planned to meet, so we didn't see each other. She had not prepared for the test, so she didn't do well. She had not worked hard, so she didn't deserve the award. We had not taken a break, so we felt exhausted. They had not built the house, so they couldn't move in. He had not eaten much, so he didn't feel sick afterward. I had not finished my work, so I couldn't go out for a walk. I had not exercised for an hour, so I didn't feel energized. She had not finished her shift, so she couldn't go home. He had not been working all day, so he wasn't exhausted. I had not read the instructions, so I didn't know what to do. We had not gone to bed early, so we woke up tired. I had not packed yet, so I forgot some things. He had not written the email, so he couldn't send it. By the time the storm started, we had not left yet. They had not invested in stocks, so they didn't make a profit. She had not organized the meeting, so it was chaotic. They had not left the office by the time the storm hit. He had not cleaned the house, so we couldn't relax. She had not lost her phone, so she could call someone. I had not read the book, so I couldn't discuss it in class. She had not studied for the exam, so she was very nervous. He had not repaired the car, so we couldn't go on our trip. He had not fixed the car, so we couldn't drive to the beach.